Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the West Yorkshire Football Show and our not quite usual Monday roundup. Instead, it is, of course, transfer deadline day. So we will be here right through until probably the wee hours of the morning after the deadline is closed for the January transfer window. I'm Chris Bell, and I'm delighted to say I'm joined by the usual cohort of our West Yorkshire experts, including Lewis Sales, Stephen Downs, Gareth Walker, and Dave Foy. We'll also be joined by Stephen Brown and Jason Booker a little bit later on as well, and a whole host of guests as well, including BBC Radio Leeds' Adam Pope, Sporting Life's Tom Carnduff, and EFL expert Gabriel Sutton. First things first, though, lads, how are we all? Are we all well?
Good. Superb. How are you, sir?
Very well, very well. Gaz, how are you doing? I mean, it's been probably the busiest out of everyone that's on so far, the busiest day of anyone for Bradford City.
Sorry, you broke up a bit there, Chris. I gathered, yeah, we have been busy. More so than I think we intended to be, because we knew that we were trying to bring in we didn't know that we were trying to bring anything in, really, but we lost both Kieran Kelly and Lewis Richards to injury on Saturday. Not sure the prognosis on those, but Kieran Kelly's was a hamstring and Lewis Richards was his dislocating his shoulder, which is the second time it's happened this season. So Graham Alexander did hint at possibly needing to bring in cover for those, depending on how bad they were. And we brought the Kieran Kelly cover in straight away in Romany Critchlow. And then there's rumours that we're bringing in a left wing back from Crystal Palace, which presumably would be the Lewis Richards cover. We've also signed a keeper, which City fans have been wanting us to do for a while. Some proper competition for Sam Walker in Joe Hilton, who's come in from Blackburn. Hilton and Critchlow are both permanent deals, so there is the opportunity to bring in somebody else on a loan, which we are thinking will be the left wing back from Crystal Palace. I'm not going to try and pronounce his name. He was on loan at Stockport for the first half of the season, I believe. So they're the three that have either happened or are going to happen. And then there is talk that we might even, the fans are wanting a striker, because the fans have wanted a striker for a while, and Verdun Oliver's gone out, but there's been nothing said about that from anywhere reliable as yet. So could be a late one.
We could indeed. And I mean, that's a little unusual, isn't it, for City on deadline day as well, to be quite this active on the final day?
A little bit, yeah. It tends to be the case that City fans have labelled it the Guthrie zone before, because we're scraping around at the bottom of the barrel normally if we're to get anything in late, and we've done things like signed Theo Robinson and Curtis Guthrie, which have just not worked out. Been sort of the bottom of the barrel type signings. There was a route a few years ago. We had Christian Dennis in the building, presumably eating, reportedly ordered him a pizza, and he still didn't sign because they couldn't get the deal over the line. So yeah, it's a tough one. Things obviously changed at City with David Sharp coming in to handle the transfer business, so maybe we're starting to see the fruits of that a little bit. Graham Alexander did say he was happy with the squad size, so the fact that we've made two and are looking at a third one is obviously down to the injuries, I think, and that's probably why we've been busier than usual.
I hope they charge Christian Dennis for that pizza in that case. Dave, for Halifax, obviously, in terms of incoming to transfer window for National League sides, doesn't close officially until I think mid to late March.
Yeah.
But an outgoing full town Exeter City, it wasn't bad enough that a year or so ago they decided to take Milanik Charlie. This time around, it's Andrew Oluwabore who's made the move down to Devon.
Yeah, they've replaced a former Halifax player with another one. Yeah,
consistent, if nothing else.
In that fashion, we did receive an undisclosed fee for Andrew Oluwabore, who would have been out of contract this summer. I've read a little bit of what Gary Caldwell's been saying to local media, in that he said he is a direct replacement for Millie Ali. However, he's different to Ali because we can envisage seeing him playing all the way across like the front. We might even try and convert him into a number 9. Yeah, I suppose it's a good deal for all involved. I think if injuries permitting, if there's no more outgoings, I could deal with losing just Oluwabore as long as no one else goes and there isn't too many more injuries between now and the season's end. I genuinely think we're in a very, very strong position at the minute.
And that's the key thing as well, is that time is on Chris Millington's side in terms of adding to the squad, and if you wanted to try and use that undisclosed fee to get extra bodies in?
We've been trialling somebody from Brentwood Town, whose name I think actually is Andrew. It's like Andrew, I don't know what his last name is, but he scored 28 goals down at Brentwood, and I think he's even been named publicly in the Halifax Courier. But again, if we just stick with talking to local media, the messages coming out of the club have been very mixed, because Chris Millington almost said we know people are interested in our players, but we don't envisage anyone leaving. Yet a few days ago, Andy Cooper, his assistant, was like, there's definitely interest in 3 or 4 players. He didn't say that anyone would be leaving, but like it seemed to just get ramped up towards the end of the window. Because I mean, as you said, the window doesn't really apply to us until March. However, outgoings, if people are going to move into the Football League, it has to be today or tonight. And yeah, that's just where we're at.
It is indeed. Steve, for you, I mean, we spoke in just earlier. You weren't expecting anything at all, I don't think, to be honest. And then just talk of potentially a young winger joining. Any names, any rumours come out of that one, mate?
Yeah, there's a young winger. I'm going to try and pronounce his name, but which obviously will get clipped up. So let me just have a look here. I really don't want to get this wrong. Tawanda Chiera. Anyway, he's a young winger, and he's a right winger, and I don't really know why we're bringing him in. He played 7 times for Derby earlier on this season on loan, and he has had a hamstring injury, so it's just a town thing in it to sign, injured players. Yeah, it's not really a lot more, to be fair, to be said, because he's only played 5 times for Wolves, and I think it's like less than 150 minutes. So I absolutely don't really know anything about him apart from that he was born in England and he's Zimbabwean.
That'll do. That'll do for now. We'll see when that gets kind of over the line in due course. Delighted to say now though that I can bring in BBC Radio Leeds' Adam Pope. Thank you for taking the time out of your evening to join us, Pope. How are we? Are you well?
I'm all right. Thank you very much. Yes, yeah, we're just getting fed and ready before we go on in ourselves in a couple of hours.
Yeah, I mean, are you expecting a busy night? It's been obviously a reasonably busy day for Bradford City in particular, but across the region, are you expecting it to kind of continue the way that the day's gone so far? Are Leeds going to pull the finger out and do anything?
Well, that's what we're concentrating on tonight with regards to Leeds with our podcast. Don't go to bed just yet, which is going out live from 10. But it looks, to be honest, at this stage, I think it looks unlikely. I felt over the weekend the Cameron Archer link was with. Obviously, they've chased him. They wanted him. It looked like Southampton have dug their heels in, even though Juric, the manager, said that, look, he's been their top scorer. Well, he is their top scorer with 5 in all comps, isn't he? But it looks like he was struggling to play the way he wanted him to play. I think, from what I understand, there was a willingness from Archer to come out to Leeds. But at this stage, it looks really unlikely from what I'm hearing now. So, and other than that, there was a couple of other players were linked that I think people were reaching, to be honest, guys, because there were players that maybe, at Mönchengladbach that had worked, and Krasnodar that had worked with Farke before. But if you think he wants a centre-back, he wanted particularly a number 10 and a striker, then I think the only one that looked realistic to me was Cameron Archer. There was a talk about Adam Armstrong as well, who obviously got the winning goal against Leeds at Wembley last year for Southampton, but I don't think there was much in that. So for me, I've just felt for the last few days it's been Archer or nothing. I suppose the biggest news, guys, is that they've rejected that bid from Real Betis for Mateo Joseph for 10 million plus. I don't think the club wanted that to get out, really, because it sort of makes it look like that they were, I suppose to some, and I don't believe this is the case, that they were not really interested in Archer. But I don't think that was the case. But certainly there's been some interest in Mateo Joseph. So, look, it's a bonus that he stays, but I don't know. I just feel that they needed to add some quality into the squad, although it's very good already.
Do you think, Pope, if that one is almost like a domino effect? If Joseph and Archie kind of work out, do you think that could have happened?
I don't think it was dependent on Joseph.
Okay.
I really don't. Honestly, I think the domino effect was more, from what I understood, was if something like, and part of this happened, didn't Evan Ferguson going from Brighton to West Ham, then does Danny Ings go to Southampton, and then does that release, somebody like Cameron Archer? That was the way it was being portrayed over the weekend. So it took a few things to come. I think the other problem as well is this: Cameron Archer is 6 months into a £15 million move from Villa to Southampton. So Southampton are thinking if the money's not right there to take him, and they still think it could work for him, then they're not going to cut their losses at this stage, are they? But I don't know. I just think it's a shame. I think it's the one area that they really could do. If Pirro doesn't really get injured, but if he did, then they're really Joseph. Yeah, great. He scores at the weekend, but overall, you guys see it. It's not happened for him massively. I think it will do in time, certainly at this level. But I just think it leaves them a little bit light, despite the goals coming from everywhere else. I would have I genuinely believe that would have been a step up in what they've got if they could have landed Archer. But right now, you never know. I just don't see that happening.
Is there, obviously that first bid was kind of rejected by Leeds for Joseph. Is there any possibility of Betis coming back in, improved offers? I mean, I'll be honest, 10 million does sound a little bit of a pittance really for a player of his potential. Is there any chance of Betis coming back in, going a bit more all guns blazing and trying to do it at the 11th hour?
I'm not getting that feeling. I mean, the club have been pretty confident that they weren't going to let anybody else go out. Obviously, Gelhart's gone to Hull. Charlie Crew doing well down at Doncaster in League Two. But they were, periphery, but certainly in terms of Gelhart, periphery. So I don't think they've ever felt they were going to lose one of their key players. The one that I felt the most vulnerable about was Junior Firpo, because he's out of contract. And I thought, okay, yes, they've got Schmidt, although he's hardly played left back. They've got Vuba. Yes, his knee doesn't be able to cope with too many games at the moment, but maybe they felt they had enough cover there. There were links, obviously, with Matt Targett up in Newcastle, which I think the club was surprised about, to be quite honest. But he was the one I thought, if an offer came in that was sizable, that maybe they could be tempted. But clearly, he plays at the weekend, plays really well. He's coming back from injury. So overall, I did feel that they were being straight with us when they were saying they didn't expect anybody to go out. But I still think, 10 million offer for Joseph is considerable when it's pretty much pure profit, isn't it, for them? However, he's very intrinsic to Farke's plans. And clearly, when you've only got him and Pirro fit and Bamford, we don't know when he's coming back, let's be honest. Certainly not going to be before this weekend. Then there's no way that they could let him go without anybody else coming in.
Yeah, right, Poppy. I think from my point of view, obviously, it's interesting to see the fact that I personally, although I sit afar, I don't think they needed anybody really. If I'm being honest, I think that Leeds have got the best squad in the division in pretty much every department. We talk regularly in our WhatsApp group and sort of comparing the squads at the bottom of the Premier League. And I would say, if this squad were in the Premier League right now, I think it would survive. But I mean, from your point of view, do you think it's probably right to, all right, yeah, they wanted Arch and they're not going to get him, but realistically, you could probably get to the summer and pick up maybe an even better player in the summer for maybe less money from Europe?
Yeah, I think it's probably looking that way, if I'm being honest. My view has been this, okay, that I felt through this window, I thought, because I've seen Leeds burnt so many times before when they haven't acted. And I'll go back to 2005-06, when it was a race on with Reading and Sheffield United, who were always sort of a game or two ahead of them, really. And Leeds were playing catch-up. But you felt that if they'd bought well that particular January, they could have gone straight up and maybe caught Sheffield United, certainly. Now, they bought a very raw Jermaine Beckford, and they bought Joel Griffiths from Neuchâtel Xamax, an Australian guy. Yeah, where's he? Who's he? So... And they stumbled into the playoffs. Yes, they won the semi-final, but then they got battered by Watford in the final. And I just felt if they'd strengthened then, then they could have gone possibly straight up. I think they're in a cracking position, like you say, in terms of the squad. I didn't think in August that they would necessarily have the strongest squad coming into the season with all those that were sold. And I'll be honest, I didn't think Tanaka and co would be as good as they have been. And they've been sensational, particularly him and Rothwell together. They've been really, really good. So I do think they've got the best team. I do think they've got the most quality. What I've done now is you have to look at January and see who else is strengthened. And I think when I look at all the names that are coming in, and there may be a few more with some of the rivals, Whittaker, I think, in at Borough's, a really good signing. Now, Lat's not in the squad tonight, is he, for their game against Sunderland, which I know has just kicked off. So the expectation is that he's gone. So they've just basically replaced one with another, I would say, if Lat's not going to be involved, if he does get sold to MLS. Other than that, when I look around at the main rivals, like Sheffield United are the ones. Diaz has already won them 3 points, hasn't he, at the weekend? And I do think their other buys that they've brought in does make them stronger, although I know that they've lost Suter, which was a big blow to them through that injury. So all in all, I think, yes, Sheffield United look like they have strengthened, but overall, I still don't think anybody's better than Leeds' squad right now, unless something incredible happens over the next sort of few hours elsewhere. So I still think they're in a good place. The only thing that will do them for me is injury.
Yeah, and that is a big problem, particularly at the top of the pitch, like you say. With only the two options and Bamford being out. I mean, Bamford's like a constant sort of conversation topic on the show from a weekly basis, anyway. But do you think that what it does give Leeds and Farke in the summer, going towards the summer rather than this window, is sort of a blank canvas to reset things, to go, right, well, Bamford's probably not going to be good enough in the Premier League. Joseph, you could probably sell him and you could probably get 10 million, more than 10 million, in the summer, because he's then a Premier League player. So
Downsy, they are not up yet.
No, I know. And I'm not getting... I'm a Town fan.
Just looking at Borough, they've just got Kelechi Iheanacho over the line on loan to replace presumably Lat. So I'm just saying, Downsy, let's calm this talk of Leeds.
No,
in Premier League,
I agree.
because there's a long way to go.
I'm not a Leeds fan. I don't want Leeds to go up. But anyway, my point to Pope is that if they did go up, it does give Farke a better chance of a reset and more money, obviously, than what he did at Norwich. So I think it's probably prudent to not go and splash any more cash now and just to hope that you've got enough to go up. But I understand the point that you said before, where they've seen that position.
I honestly, I am in the camp that thinks it's worth, even if it's burning a player that's not good enough for the Premier League. If he gets up, I made the point about Tom Cannon the other day. He scored 9 goals in a poor side for Stoke. Now, I know he got 4 in one game, and I think he's a penalty taker, but he knows the division. And we spoke to Lee Bromby, who you know from Town, and obviously his time at Leeds as well. But he said in his time at Town, when as director of football, he said the best loans at this time of the year is championship to championship. They're the best ones. So people who've can hit the ground running, then like your Tom Cannons, I think are like good purchases. So now I know it's not championship, but when you look at someone like Cameron Archer, I think it would be worth, even if he isn't good for the Premier League, good enough for the Premier League, he is 2 goals in. He's played 25 games all season, which is all right. And they're not all like 1 or 2 minutes, So, and same with Adam Armstrong to an extent as well. Plenty of games, got a few goals. Then I think you've got people who have hit the ground running and know the division. They can work. And I think it's worth burning that for whatever it might take, even if it's a big loan fee and maybe an obligation to buy and a lot of wages. I just think, and look, we don't know the exact ins and outs with Leeds' finances, but you think from the summer sales that they'd be in a good position. So I would be one for maybe taking a gamble on a player, just to ensure you as much as you can to get you over the line, even if they're not going to be part of the plans next season. Because let's face it, as it stands, they're going to have probably half a team, to rebuild.
But that will affect PSR going forward. If you went out and bought Cameron Archer, let's say for, 8 million, 10 million, or whatever it is, that's still going to have to be affecting PSR going into the summer.
That's a rest-of-year period, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but the third period. So, say if they didn't survive in the third season and they went down again, they would still be accountable for that money that they've paid this season.
Yeah, I see. And look, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
That's my only point with it, really.
Yeah. But then you look at teams, you look at Villa and you look at Forest, who've gone up and they've taken the gamble and they've survived and then they've kicked on now and look what's happening then. That's what fans will look at, won't they? Now, yes. I'm all for Leeds being prudent where they have to, but at some point you have to take a risk. I think they're taking a risk by not buying. If they don't get this over the line with Archer, which I really don't think is going to happen now. If I was to put my hat on it right now, then I think they are taking a risk of leading us up a bit. But we all know if they carry on and 95% of the squad remains fit, then, or even 90%, they'll still have enough to go up in the top two, I would have thought. But yeah, it is still a bit of a gamble. Yeah, and obviously the playoffs is a sad history for them, and that's when you do worry if they did drop into third, and then suddenly they're up against a rejuvenated Borough who've made these signings, or whoever. Burnley obviously have made a few, haven't they? Blackburn have been a little bit active as well. Then you would be a little bit concerned if the form tailed off and they didn't make the top two. But I've got to be honest, I am confident in being top two. I really am.
I was going to say, in terms of kind of the rest of the season, then obviously as they stand, 5 points clear of third, a couple of points clear of Sheffield United in second. How do you foresee the season playing out? As you say, you kind of confident they'll go up, but it's just a lottery of football, isn't it? You just never quite know what's around the corner unless you say, all it takes is a suspension or an injury. And
bit of luck, Chris. Bit of luck.
You need far more than luck in this game.
Yeah, I mean, suspension-wise, they've been all right this year. They've got Bogle's moved on to 8, hasn't he? So that is a bit. But they've got Sam Byram, obviously, who's been amazing, and his body's withstood so much more than we expected. Firpo's back now, so I think they're covered in that area anyway if needs be. But that's the only one that would worry me. Yes, you might get a mad sending off, which occasionally happens, but ultimately, I think they're in good shape there. All the metrics, like you look at any metric, and obviously the win of the weekend has improved it even more. They just look insurmountable in terms of things like the amount of goals conceded. I know Burnley are good, but the amount of goals they score, the shots that they do not concede on target, everything's good. And this can be done either when they absolutely dominate, or like at the weekend, 7-0, but the possession stats were like 58-42, which surprised me, to be honest. I thought it would have been like in the high 70s or something. So they can do it both ways.
That's just the Cardiff keeper picking the ball out of the net quite a lot, isn't it?
I tell you what, he played really well, and I've seen worse sides than Cardiff. Hanek played really well, I thought, and but one of those days where it went in. And do you know the other thing, just on that game, I just thought they were so professional, Leeds, and they had the bit between them. There was no showboating about what they did. They just went out and did it, and I just think that attitude from minute one just suggests to me that was, yes, it's a big scoreline and a lot, but that typified what they're about and how they're getting better all the time. So I find it really hard to see how somebody's going to shake them out of their stride for any meaningful length of time for them not to get promoted this year.
Well, if there's one person that would like to shake Leeds out of their stride, of course it is Frank Lampard, and that renewed rivalry with Leeds, obviously from his time at Derby, now in charge, of course, at Coventry City, and that's who's up next for Leeds United. And I mean, what are you expecting out of that? Obviously, it changes things, the fact that Lampard's there because of the whole Spygate thing all those years ago.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? And he's won 4 on the bounce, hasn't he, in the league now? So he's coming in well. But and also the other Matt Grimes factor as well. Do you remember when he was on loan at Leeds? And don't know if you recall, he left under a bit of furore. He wasn't great at Leeds, and then his mum hated the place and said couldn't wait to pack the van to get him out of there, and put that on social media. So he just signed from Swansea, couldn't play at the weekend against Swansea. So he'll probably make his first appearance for Coventry on Wednesday. So that's another little bit in there too. Frank's a weird one because, Leeds fans obviously can't stand it with the Chelsea connection and the whole Derby thing as well. And where my loyalty is like when it comes to my football guys. I'm sure most of you know who my club is. But although he managed to keep them in the Premier League a few years ago, it's quite difficult to see him other than through Leeds United eyes. So but it's great because it adds a bit of spice. I just think the game itself, obviously having been brought forward from Saturday, I found that quite strange. but I get it, because I suppose in a way, because it would only stack up at the other end, and that might happen anyway if Leeds obviously beat Millwall at the weekend of the Cup, then their West Brom game is going to have to get moved. So I understand trying to play it early. They do have a pretty much fully fit squad, bar Bamford, it would appear. So I get it, but I think it's a tough one. I did. I mean, I expected Cardiff to be tougher than what it was, obviously, with them being 8 games unbeaten coming into it, but. Yeah, there's a bit of something riding on this, and the Lampard factor makes it a bit spicy. Plus, they lost there last year. Sims is a real handful. Hadji Wright's injured, isn't he, at the moment? But, Thomas Asante seems to be, he's got a great goal at the weekend. So it could be a different proposition than what Leeds have faced. It might be you get a team on their home turf that has a right good go at them and could make it entertaining. And then we know Leeds can exploit in that sense. And the interesting thing for me is, does he keep Rothwell in the side? I hope he does. I hope he goes for it and keeps Rothwell in the side ahead of Gruev, because I really like the way that midfield has developed with him and Tanaka over the last sort of few months.
Yeah, I will openly admit, and I'm saying this before Jason Booker joins us, that I've been surprisingly impressed with Joe Rothwell, because I hadn't necessarily been his biggest fan when I'd seen him prior to joining Leeds, it's fair to say.
Well, we've got him live on our pod. Well, not live, but we've got an interview with him that we did earlier this week. So when we're on air from 10 o'clock, we've got that tonight on Don't Go to Bed Just Yet. So yeah, nice guy. Been around a bit. Knows what it's like to move on deadline day. And you ask the rest of the region, I still think there might be something for Town. Tonight.
There might well be, Popper, but it's not necessarily what I was hoping for. So it is what it is. But it's a right winger from Wolves that I've never heard of. So you know what I mean. It's there we are.
Not Wolves again.
No. From the halcyon days when we were signing, Steve Mooney and all that, to now a right winger I've never heard of. But there we go. It's back. You've reported on Town for many years, obviously, before you started doing Leeds, so you kind of know the ins and outs of kind of what happens at Town as well. And it's just a bit. It's just a bit weird to be back where we were like 12 years ago. It's a bit mad, really. But
it is a bit sick. Yeah, I mean, and it seemed to take an eternity to get out of League One, but they did it. And I just hope. Look, I really hope they managed to do it. I think there's enough there to do it. I think the manager's really good. I've been really impressed on the couple of occasions when I've met and spoke to him. So, and obviously, I live in the area, so my lad supports Town.
I know he keeps getting our games, Poppy, and I don't know if that's it. I don't know if that's a reason for that, but just because obviously your team as well. I know that you're a big fan of there, but do you think? Obviously, the Leeds podcast is what it's named. Do you think you might as well go to bed when it comes to your certain team? It don't look like they're doing a lot, does it?
As in, what you mean with Everton?
Everton, yeah.
Everton, yeah. There's a bit interesting Tom Fellows at West Brom apparently. So, but I think PSR is going to hurt them. But I think we're going to be all right in terms of staying, in the Premier League and hitting Bramley more, in some style. And who knows? FA Cup of the weekend could be our year again. So
it's nice to see Moisey back, rolling back the years. I have to say.
I just feel it's a bit weird. Honestly, my initial reaction was £1 billion spent to straighten the club out by Freakin, which is tremendous, to get everything, because it looked like it could absolutely, collapse. But then to go to a manager who, when he left, a lot of people weren't happy at all with what happened. So that's a bit weird. But I've got to say, what a start. Magnificent. To get 3 wins on the trot and get people playing and Beto scoring, for example, especially when DCL's injured and Mangala as well. So, yeah, you've got to say it's good. And if you sort of wanted somebody with a bit romantic to take you into, into the new stadium, I suppose I get it with Moyes. He did bring some great days, despite not winning anything.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, Adam, thank you ever so much for taking the time to come on to join us and be our first guest of the night. Wish you all the best with the pod tonight and the live shows, and yeah, hopefully there'll be something for us all to talk about on deadline day across West Yorkshire.
Cheers, lads.
Cheers, Adam. Thanks a lot, mate.
Cheers, Poppy.
There we go. That's Adam Poe from BBC Radio Leeds. And look, when you finish watching us, you can go across and catch up with what the guys on BBC Radio Leeds. We are privileged really to have a a really good relationship with a lot of the guys that work on BBC Radio Leeds, so it's always good to get their take on things. I'm delighted to say now that we can go from one guest straight into another. Our EFL expert, Gabriel Sutton, can join us now. How are we, mate? You all right?
Hi, Chris. Thanks for having me. Good to see you.
No, thank you for coming on. It's good to have you on. Obviously, you kind of take a very wide view of the EFL. Obviously, I know you're a Birmingham City fan, which will annoy Stephen Downs no end as a Huddersfield fan. But across the wider kind of EFL side, especially for League One, before we come on to the West Yorkshire side specifically, who's been catching your eye in the last day or two in the transfer market, and then obviously with a busy deadline day in the EFL?
Yeah, do you know what? I always think in terms of specific moves as opposed to general. So whenever I'm thrown a question like that, weirdly, I always find it quite hard to. But I think just kind of getting it up now. Hills for Stockport County on loan from Norwich looks like quite an exciting addition. I suppose if we're going onto the corner of Yorkshire, you'd say Mansfield Town signing Jordan Rhodes. They're Nottinghamshire technically, but we'll sort of just cheat and include them in. That's obviously.
Are they going for the oldest possible strike force of Jordan Rhodes and Lee Gregory? I did see one tweet earlier on about, do they think it's 2010 or something?
Yeah, throwback to the mid 2010s, isn't it? I think Nigel Clough really likes his experienced players, doesn't he? And I think I've sometimes questioned that because I've sort of wondered whether they could be at risk of sort of dropping off. But I've been proved wrong about Mansfield every season, and they seem to be doing it again because they look safe as houses in League One, albeit not in the best of form. But no, Nigel Clough's doing a great job there.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of kind of our Yorkshire sides, then we'll go with Bradford City to start with, because they've probably been the busiest side across our region for the day. Obviously, Joe Hilton's coming from Blackburn. Yeah, look, Gaz is delighted with that one as the banter of the show. Obviously, Hilton's come in. Who else has come in? Gaz, remind me of that. Oh, I've caught you mid-drink. Who else has come in?
Romney Critchlow signed today on a perm to the end of the season. Not clear whether we've taken his contract over from Peterborough, but he signed on a perm, which obviously gives us a chance to look at him again and see if he's as good as he was the other year.
Gaz, you know, I really liked Romney Critchlow, both a couple of seasons ago for Bradford, but also when he first came through at Huddersfield as well. He looked like a really talented young defender. But I'm sort of feeling like he's had a couple of years where his form's dropped off a little bit and his career maybe hasn't progressed in the way that he was hoping. I mean, as a Bradford City fan, are you hopeful that under Graham Alexander, he can start to rebuild his career a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he was very good when we had him 2 years ago. He's got pace, which we need at the back. I think it's a no-brainer in the respect that I was talking to Lou earlier in the group chat. We lost Kieran Kelly to injury on Saturday. Who's been playing left centre half. The fact that he's not taking up a loan spot, he's come on a permanent deal, gives him a chance and a bit of an incentive to earn something for next year. He's obviously the talent's there. It's just whether he can find that form. I mean, Peterborough fans weren't impressed with him at all, but obviously he was very good for us. He was good for Swindon. I believe he was quite good for Dagenham, although obviously that's the division below, but I believe he was getting quite good reviews at Dagenham. So it's just whether he can find that form, Gabriel. If he can, it looks like a good bit of business. If he can't, then we've not really lost anything because he'll be released at the end of the season.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Gab, because I help focus on some non-league stuff as well as the wider reach. And Critchlow Noble came to actually Bradford Park Avenue, the club I helped volunteer with when he was about 17, 18, and he came really raw, almost as kind of a left back at the time, and kind of moved into centre back. And you could tell he had a little bit about him. And I think his progression and he's had some difficult personal circumstances in his life as well, and he's really early on in his time at Huddersfield. So I think for his credit, he's kind of shown a lot of determination, willingness to get into that level and progress really well. And I think it's unfortunate it's not worked out for Peterborough. I mean, sometimes we work marvellous stuff at Peterborough. I don't think we can blame the lad for giving it a go there. But I actually think it's a true bit of business in our corner of the world, because I think he probably fits the profile, doesn't he, guys, in terms of how Alexander sets up. He adds that balance with his left foot as well, and he's pretty versatile, especially down that left-hand side, centre-back, and even potentially as a left-back when needs must. So, yeah, I think actually he might be one that is pretty shrewd business, I think.
Like I say, it's just a no-lose, really, because of the deal that he's been given till the end of the season. He obviously knows the club. He'll know players at the club. It's funny because when we had him before, obviously Mark Hughes was manager and we're playing 4-2-3-1, and he was obviously the left-hand-sided centre-half of a two, whereas a lot of people have said he would have really suited playing in a system that plays three centre-backs, and obviously that's what we've been playing this season. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Like I said, the potential's there, the talent's there. It's whether he can find that form that he's had before. And it's just a no-lose, really, I think. We needed somebody to come in. I'm guessing the fact that he's come in means that Kieran Kelly's injury is worse than they were hoping, because he's been really good since he came back from injury. He's been a bit of a standout at the back. So he's got big shoes to fill, but I think he's capable of doing it if he can find that form.
Yeah, I think he's the thing that's kind of stood out to me about Critchlow is I think he's quick. I think he's aggressive on ground duels, and I think he's decent on the ball. I think he's got some talent in that area. Probably his one weakness is he's not very aerially dominant, but if you've got two other centre halves, then that's going to be less of an issue, isn't it, in a back three? So yeah, hopefully, and also to Lou's point earlier, the human side is something we don't talk about enough in football, because we always see players as almost robots, if you like, whereas actually the likelihood is that if you've had some specific personal circumstances, that's probably going to have an impact on your career as a footballer. So hopefully Bradford City can handle that side of things well. From one or two footballers who I've spoken to who have played for Bradford City under Graham Alexander, they've said that both him and the club generally have been quite good with them when they've had to deal with sort of specific personal matters. So that suggests that it's a club that sort of deals well with that side of things, which I think you have to, really.
Just wanted to touch on Critchlow, because obviously Gaz knows me being a Town fan. I obviously came out of our academy. I think sort of how you've described in there was pretty much spot on. He's quick across the ground. He's got a good touch and a good pass, but like you say, he struggles aerially. I think when he first came into the Town team, he did play a few games, but he was never going to be at the level of Championship, like where we needed him to be. And so the loans that he had at Plymouth and then at Bradford were really good for him. And I'm really pleased that City have decided to sign him back, because I know that quite a few City fans, and I don't think, Gaz, you necessarily didn't, think he was a bad player, to be honest, did you? I mean, I think, at the end of the day, Bradford needed maybe a body in that area, and Romani can definitely play at that level. So why not?
He's definitely somebody that the fans liked when he was here before. Like I said, he does have his moments. He does get, as Gab says, he does get caught out in the air now and again. But you would hope that, again, Gab said there, didn't he, with the two other centre halves next to him, that's not going to be as big an issue. His pace will be the main thing, because we do lack pace at the back. That's something that I think is very important when you're playing three centre halves. But our defensive record has been good until Saturday. Obviously, we conceded on Saturday. I think that was the first goal we conceded in 3 or 4. But losing Kieran Kelly's a big hole, and it just, like I say, it just makes sense, really. It just all stacks up to bring him home.
Gaz, do you mind me asking you whether you think Bradford City are in the mix for the top 3? Because, ironically, since Andy Cook got injured, I thought that was going to be a massive problem for you. But Graham Alexander seems to have redesigned the whole team, and with Patterson and Sarswich coming back, you look the real deal, right?
I was going to ask you that, Gab.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you that, Gab, as well.
You can ask me as well.
Don't ask me, because these lads know that I don't like getting too positive. I'll be honest with you. When we beat Walsall at home the other week, that was the first time I started looking at the table, and I was thinking, what are other teams doing that are going for those automatic promotion positions? Because it's not something that I'm used to doing with City. Obviously, it was a blow to lose on Saturday, but I believe that we were worthy of a draw, really, on Saturday. From what I can gather, I think we had as many chances as Wimbledon did, and it was just that We didn't mark up properly from an early set piece. And once Wimbledon get a goal ahead, they're very hard to break down because the defensive record's so good. I do think keeping Patterson and Sarcevic fit is going to be really, really key. They've both been absolutely fantastic since they regained fitness and like you say, have transformed the side, really. What will be key for me as well is whether we can avoid a losing run now, because our form has always been streaky under Alexander. We'll go on winning run and then we'll go on winless run. So losing that game on Saturday, having been on, I think we'd lost 1 in 10 or something silly like that before Saturday. So if we can bounce back quickly and not lose again, or if we can beat Harrogate, who tend to be a bit of a bogey side of ours, we've got them on Saturday. The fixtures are there for us before April, because April looks tough. In April, we've got Doncaster away, we've got Port Vale away, we've got Chesterfield away, and we've got Notts County at home. So we need to be stacking up the points before April to make sure we're in a good position. We've got Harrogate, Accrington at home. We've got Milton Keynes Dons at home, and we've got Bromley and we've got Newport away. So there's an opportunity there to pick up points if we can avoid being streaky like we've been before. Like you say, you'll never hear me getting carried away with City. I think playoffs is the minimum, but it would be nice to thinking we have a chance of getting in that top 3 if we can, like I say, bounce back from Saturday.
Just obviously touching on, sorry, Chris, I was going to ask Gab in terms of the transfer kind of dealings, ins and outs, as you know, because you're right across the whole EFL. And obviously, we're seeing one today from our teams at Halifax Town, obviously, Alawabare going to Exeter as well. Do you feel that's a bit of a market that some of the clubs are looking in a little bit more? And obviously, to kind of touching a little bit on City, is when you're strengthening a strong area of that team, do you think that's a good indicator for the club and its fan base to kind of get excited for the second half of the season when you're seeing players coming in and it's adding competition for places?
Yeah, for sure. I've always felt like January is very much a loan window because you're probably not going to get good players from on permanent deals from clubs in leagues around you, because if they're doing well and they're in form, those clubs aren't really going to want to let them go in season unless it's for an astronomical fee. So really, it's a loan window where it can kind of suit Premier League clubs to loan out their top young talent. So that's kind of how I view the January transfer window. But I think in terms of Bradford City specifically, normally I've been very critical of Bradford City, both in terms of Ryan Sparks, and I haven't always been a huge fan of Graham Alexander. But there's something that I've seen in the last month or so that's really clicked for me, where I'm really enjoying the energy that they play, the way they put teams under pressure. I think they're playing a bit more intentionally. They seem to be playing passes down the sides and getting the likes of Sarcevic and Patterson to kind of close people down and put them under pressure. So yeah, there's a real energy and intensity about Bradford City that I'm really enjoying. And I think in terms of the top 3, I think that I'd probably put them in the conversation with, I think Walsall have put themselves in a great position, and I think Notts County are getting there as well. But for sort of 3rd spot, I think Bradford have as good a chance as anyone.
I'm sure Peterborough.
I know you get a bit of stick from City fans sometimes, don't you, about being negative about us?
I know. Really I don't know what got into me, Gas.
I think you're right. I think Walsall will finish. I think they'll come 2 again, and I think they'll go up. And then I think you're looking at us, Notts County, Donny, Wimbledon, all in with a shout. Wimbledon have that game in hand, and they beat us on Saturday, so they can move into that top 3. But it's there. Like I say, if we can bounce back, and it's good to hear you say it.
I'm sure Peterborough will sign some kid from non-league that will just come up and be absolutely stardust like they usually do every season. So I won't count them out in the last couple of hours.
That was very much their approach in the summer for Peterborough. In terms of the rest of League 2, though, Gab, I mean, I was about to say, can you foresee a side coming from that kind of middle of the pack to make a bit of a late charge for the playoffs? However, I've just kind of glanced at the table, and there's a bit more of a gap, I guess, between those playoff sides and kind of 10th down than I even really noticed. You're talking like 8 points between Bradford in 7th and Chesterfield in 10th. So, I mean, is there anybody a bit lower down the table you can anticipate having a good run for the second half of the season? Or do you think the kind of that top 10 as it is going to be the sides that are going to be battling it out for the playoff spots?
Yeah, Chris, I mean, about a month ago, I would have said that basically 11th and upwards in League Two is absolute chaos because I still felt up until very recently that MK Dons would still have a chance of automatic promotion, while there were teams in the automatic promotion spots that I think could have dropped into mid-table. I don't see it quite that way now. I think that in terms of the top three, I don't think anyone outside the top 7 right now will finish in the top 3. And I don't think anyone below MK Dons is going to get playoffs. And even then, I think you look at the likes of MK Dons and Chesterfield, who I'd probably rate as having a bigger chance than the likes of Salford and Grimsby, who are just that side right now. They've left it very late. Like MK Dons are 9 points off, Chesterfield are 8 points off. So they're cutting it very fine, both those sides, even though they have more sort of individual quality, if you like, than the two sides between them and the playoffs. So yeah, I think we're starting to get a clearer picture of where we're at in terms of the League Two promotion race, albeit still plenty of time for things to change.
I'm still single-handedly hoping for a resurgence from Colchester United. To be fair, my love for the Cowley brothers, as Downsy well knows, me sitting here as a Lincoln fan, I'm hoping that the Cowley's going to be able to do something. They're 10 points off the playoffs already, so it might
be next season for Colchester, mightn't it, Chris?
Yeah, they seem to
when the Cowleys are not there, and they've ultimately been sacked.
Why would they not be there? Why would they not be
Slander? You're a Birmingham fan. Why do you love the Cowleys?
That is extremely sour, is what that is, Mr. Downs. I think you'll find that they've been doing a sparkling job. Yes, they got to a dodgy start, but they've picked up a lot of form. Actually, moved well away from the relegation places.
Gav will know this. Colchester United are statistically the club with the sort of most depressing record in the Football League over the last 20 years, because they've finished mid-table in League Two in the last, I think, 10 years, like something from like 13th to like 15th.
They had that couple of years.
I mean, Bradford City would probably be quite similar to that.
Oh wow, yeah. That's a stick in for Gaz, isn't it?
He's right though, isn't he? You take the park. I say it often on this podcast. You take those 3 or 4 years out under Parkinson, and I don't think anyone suffered like we have over the last 20 odd years.
Yeah, not had much to share about.
What I will say, Gabby, is you didn't mention Swindon there on a nice little run at the moment. Swindon, I could see them if they can put their off the field issues out of their minds. I wonder if they could be the side that come from nowhere.
They've taken the most points out of the entire year so far, haven't they? Since the turn of the year, they've taken the most points out of the entire 92, more than Arsenal, more than Liverpool, more than Manchester City. Ian Holloway is doing. I mean, I love Ollie for a start, as a person, as a character, but even I have to think his managerial records in recent years haven't quite gone as well as I would have hoped them to. However, he's doing something at Swindon. I know it's well out of our area, by the way, but we can digress. We've got hours to fill here.
We can make Swindon part of Yorkshire for tonight, can't we?
He's doing well, though, isn't he, Ollie? He's getting Swindon going.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. I find it hard to trust the club because of the off-field issues. They've got an owner in Clem Morfuni who's very unpopular. So Holloway's doing great in the circumstances, but I'm still not quite sure Swindon are going to come into the playoff equation. I personally don't think anyone below MK Dons in 11th is going to be in the mix by the end of the season.
That's fine.
We're going to clip that right up for Gab, aren't we? We're going to clip that up for him. End of the season.
And when Colchester have powered through to win the playoffs, then let's turn our attention then upper league and take a look at League One. And start with the question: how hilarious is Huddersfield's winless run? No, sorry, I'm joking. Downsy, don't hit me.
Wow,
wow, that's low.
It is quite low.
That's low.
We've got
That's
a lot
really
of time
low.
to go.
Really low.
We'll start with Huddersfield, though, to be fair, because it's our patch. I mean, look, what do you make of the season that kind of Huddersfield have had on the overall, Gab? Because obviously they started a little bit all right, had a bit of a sticky patch, which Downsy labelled as a crisis, then went on this cracking winning run, and are now on a little bit of a stall.
Back to being a crisis.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's crisis. I think you've got one of the best managers in the EFL that I've studied these leagues for the last 11 years, and Michael Duff is one of the best that I've seen. So I'm very confident that he'll get it right. I suppose what I'd like to ask you, Stephen, is I suppose he inherited a squad with 40 odd players in the summer, and there wasn't much scope to kind of offload players. So, is there a danger sometimes of having too many players and maybe struggling to build that kind of synergy and cohesion that you might get from a tight-knit group?
What a question to ask, and how I'll answer it is basically. I don't know how you probably be aware of the changes behind the scenes at the club over many years, which has meant that the academy system went to a BT system, and now it's back to an academy system. So we've collected a lot of young players over that period of time, which therefore haven't really moved on, haven't been released, and so they've all sort of collected in a B team sort of system, but then they've not gone anywhere. They've either gone out on loan or, like, you've got Scott I. Scott I is a perfect example. Scott I made his debut for Town about 6 seasons ago, but he's still with us. He's still with us, and he's now on loan at Halifax. So, he's a good example of a player that really, naturally would have been sold on a number of seasons back. So that's why we've got 40 players. It's just because of volume and the fact that the BT system has been now got rid of, and we've gone back to an academy system. I think the thing for Duff is there has been scope in the summer where, a lot of players were out of contract, and therefore we got rid of some off the wage bill. Then we also sold people like Jack Radoni for a decent fee. And that made us be able to bring in, a number of players. But you look at the squad, like, for instance, I always make a comparison, and I'm not just doing it because you're here, but Birmingham were able to switch their squad round quite well. Where we if you look at our squad, we've got Matty Pearson, Tom Lees, Johnny Ogg, Nichols, Hellick before we sold him. The sort of a lot of them players have been with us for 3-4 seasons, and so naturally Duff came into the club where he couldn't manoeuvre a lot. He didn't have necessarily a lot to spend, although we've spent now significant money in January, and I think it's been hard for him because when you're trying to turn a fresh new squad around, you get them ideas over quicker. Another thing about Duff is, as you well know, like the system that he plays, players don't get that system in 2 or 3 weeks. It takes maybe 4 or 5 months to get used to the system, get fit enough to know what he wants. And, a couple of weeks ago, I don't know exactly what the stat is now, but I think it was just before maybe the Bolton game, you looked at every lineup Town have had across the season, and the first team of players that I would say is Town's best team have only been together for 8 matches out of the entire season. So we've had a lot of injuries again, a lot of players are out, and it's just not helped. And so you've had this thing of being on a bad run, then a good run, because he's kind of gelled the squad together. And now because we've had injuries or people leave again, it's kind of gone into a bad run again. And so it's been, I think we've had the squad where there's been the least amount of change, but probably the biggest upheaval in terms of changing a mindset, a system, and having the ability to change the club inside and out, off the field and on the field. And that's the difference between us and Birmingham. You guys have been able to do that change better than what we have. And also you've spent the money that you have a lot more than what we have. So I'd be interested to know from obviously a League One fan, but an EFL general perspective, what is your thought process on how do you see us generally as a football club? Did you expect at the start of the season, did you have us up there in the top 2? Or did you have us just a playoff team? Or did you have us not in the playoffs at all?
Yeah, I think I had you in the top 6 because on the one hand, I'm a big fan of Michael Duff, as I alluded to earlier, but I also felt like it was going to be a big rebuild for him. And I suppose my question, I'm curious about Kevin Nagel because he seems like a very ambitious man. It does feel a little bit like as a club you've struggled to replace Dean Hoyle and the connection and the sort of authentic connection he has with a fan base, because when you get Huddersfield Town Football Club, Association Football Club with the fan base together, we've seen under David Wagner that you can create something really powerful. And I'm kind of hoping that Kevin Nagel can sort of create something similar. He seems slightly differently minded. He seems a bit more in the kind of marketing and sort of commercial sort of area maybe than maybe Dean Hoyle is, someone who kind of came through. As a fan of the club, it's a little bit different, isn't it? In terms of, from a footballing point of view, I think it might mean that Michael Duff has to take a second season to get you promoted, because I imagine there's going to be players out of contract in the summer, so he's going to have a bit more of a clean. Yeah, so he's going to have a bit more of a clean slate, isn't he? And I think that's going to make a huge difference.
100%, and I think that's the thing that, obviously, as you well know, that in terms of the money and the way that you can build a squad in League One is different to every other league pretty much. But it's always better to go up in your first season, and that's why I'm so I'm like on a roller coaster, really, up and down every week because we need to go up in this first season. Because next season your funds that you're able to spend get depreciated so much, it's becoming like
but
more.
Stephen, at the moment, you're already spending a huge amount of the budget on players you don't even want.
What do you mean, though?
Well, because you've got this squad of 30, 40 players. I'm not sure that you would have a lot of them if if it was like a straightforward choice, but it's because they're under contract. So yes, it's a huge budget from the parachute payments that you've got, but it's not really a maximised budget because Michael Duff hasn't chosen all these players from a blank slate. He was kind of given those players because they were the ones that were under contract.
But in League Two, from what League One, sorry, we'll be in League Two soon enough, I'm sure. in League One, your second year turnover is 35% of your overall budget, but in year one it's 70%. So yes, we can get rid of a lot of players, but a lot of the players that I'm talking about that we'll be getting rid of, I mean, some of them will be big hitters like, out of contract that could be like Tom Lees and Matty Pearson. But then you've got other lads that like Scott I that might only be on, $1 to $2 grand that won't make that much. I understand the collective will, when you collect all them players up together, but you're still going to have the problem where you can only spend 35% of your turnover in year two.
Yeah, well, I understand the point, but I would argue that Michael Duff, with a clean slate, in terms of recruitment, I'm very confident that he's going to get it right. And I think it's probably going to help just not having quite as many players, just because you're going to be able to build something. Like when he was at Cheltenham, when he was at Barnsley, it felt as if you could almost name his best 11 every week. And I think that's the kind of thing that he'd want to try and build at Huddersfield. So I think it's going to take a little bit of time. Hopefully you can finish in the top 6 this season, but if you don't go up this year, which you've still got an opportunity to, I'm very confident that he'll build a great side next year, even if the budget's a bit lower, because he's worked miracles on a small budget at Cheltenham Town, got them to a mid-table finish at this level with one of the lowest budgets in the league.
Yeah, I really like him. I think he speaks, his mind, and like the other night when we lost 3-0 to Northampton. Not 3-0, 3-2, but we might as well have lost 3-0. He came out after the game and said he wasn't bothered about the 2 goals. We played shocking. And we've had managers in the past.
That's what you're saying, it's 3-0.
Yeah, but we've had managers in the past who have either complicated and talked gobbledygook like the Cowleys, or you've had people that have bored me to tears like Darren Moore, or you've had people like Andre Bryanwriter, who have just decided to blame everybody and play the blame game. And I think Duff's quite straight down the middle, sort of tells it as it is. And I really like him. I just think, unfortunately, in the system that sometimes he plays, you'll know from a statistic point of view, sometimes it can't be the most exciting of football, but also, for it to work, you need your strikers to work very hard, but then you also need your wing backs to be very disciplined.
Sure.
And the problem that we have at Town is we don't have proper wing backs. We have Lasse Sorensen, who's unfortunately been injured. So he's a proper wing back, but he's been injured. And he's not had chance to get a run of games going. Ruben Ruskin came in for 10 minutes and got sent off, so he's been out for 3 games. So Duff's what I'm trying to say is, and what I started at the beginning in this little bit of a conversation. My point is, because he's not had a proper team, and like you've said, and you've made the right point, that in them other clubs where he's done well, you've been able to name his best 11. He's not had that at Town. And that's why it feels like we could be doing better than what we are. But that's the reason why we're not, unfortunately.
One more on Huddersfield before we kind of turn attention to Leeds and the Championship. Are you surprised, Gab, that obviously Mikael Helik left for Oxford United has started pretty well there? Are you surprised to see Town not bringing a replacement centre-half rather than having square pegs in round holes as backup?
No, Chris, stop bringing up this little... Jeez.
Are you surprised, though, Gab, that they've not... Obviously, Helik is to be fair, probably one of the best centre-halves in the league.
I can see that. I also feel like Huddersfield definitely need a bit of left-footed balance.
Yes.
They've not had much of that in the back three, so that's another factor that I'm sure would come into the equation. They started Brody Spencer there at Northampton Town, but he's a right-footed player, I think. So all 3 of them, I think, are right-footed. So that's not ideal. So I'm surprised they've not maybe added a little bit more in defence.
I think we only have 2 left-footed players, Gav, in the entire squad. Genuinely. That are any good with a left foot. We have a. I remember when Chris Powell came to the club in 2015. It was in January in the window. We signed Mark Hudson, and Mark Hudson was the only right-footed defender that we had, because at the time we had all left-footed defenders. It's amazing.
And he was mainly only good with his head.
And he was, I mean, so the fact of the matter is, it's a bit like Matty Pearson now. If you don't, sometimes you don't want to kick it, he just heads it. But you make a really good point. We do struggle with left foot players. I know you want to touch on Leeds, Chris, and Championship, but what do you think to the rest of the division, Gav? I mean, you look at Lincoln, they're doing poor at the moment. They're not very good. You might as well swipe them aside. I think
the popcorn act.
I think you look at under the playoff sides, who would you think could come into the reckoning? Reading are doing amazingly well, I think, for what's going on there. I'll be honest.
I think League One's been a lot weaker than I was actually expecting, because I thought, given it was probably by far the wealthiest ever iteration of League One, I thought it would be a really strong division. I'm not sure it's quite panned out that way. So I would say, in terms of the top 6, I think Bolton will get a comfortable top 6. And I wouldn't surprise me, actually, if one of Stockport or Leyton Orient drop out, because Stockport are actually in brilliant form now. Yeah. So they might finish in the top 6.
Leyton Orient, very good. Very good.
Leyton Orient have done superbly. I mean, even when they were sort of struggling in the first 2 or 3 months of the season, I always felt they were a bit better than maybe the league position suggested. So it hasn't exactly shocked me that they've kind of rocketed up the table. But I think the Stephen Schumacher appointment at Bolton makes me very confident that Bolton get top 6. So, I think it'll be one of Orient or Stockport.
Just back me up, Gab. Just back me up and put Downs' mind at rest. Huddersfield's record in the playoffs, they'll go up anyway, won't they? They'll still go up even if they only get the playoffs, because the record in there is anyone to be jealous of.
Shut up, Chris. Who would you have to go up, Gav?
I would have. I mean, until recently, I would have said Huddersfield getting second, but I probably lean towards Wickham now, depending on how it goes with Mike Dodds. So still a little bit unsure, but I'd probably go right now. I would say Birmingham, I think, will, without being too biased. I'm pretty confident that they will kind of pull away from the chasing pack. I think maybe Wickham for second, because I'm not sure about Wrexham. And I would go with, for the playoffs, possibly. You never know. I'll go with Stockport winning the playoffs. There you go.
See, I was just thinking what you said about Bolton. You wouldn't bet against Bolton. You wouldn't get against Bolton going up through the playoffs, because obviously to
Yeah.
get there, they're going to need the momentum. Let's just quickly move on to the Championship and season.
We're
Just
not
before
having
I
Gav on
do,
again. We're not having
I'm-
Gav on again. He said Huddersfield to not go up.
Mate, you're only inside the post by 4 points. You might not make them yet.
Listen, Lincoln might get
Go
relegated yet.
into the Championship. Before we do, I'm going to bring in our Leeds United guys. That's my esteemed co-host Stephen Brown and Jason Booker. Cheers for joining us, lads. Are you well?
Yeah, good. Yeah, just
now
get us into that top row, though. Come on.
now let's
Co-host
stop.
and all, come on,
Brownie, that's pathetic.
come on. You know how this goes. We've got a pyramid system. Come on.
Wow.
Gab, the Championship on the whole. I mean, you were saying that League One perhaps wasn't on the whole as strong as you expected. How do you assess the Championship overall?
Well, I think there's you've got to look at it as sort of three different units. You've got the top four who have kind of pulled away from the rest, haven't they, in Leeds, Burnley, Sheffield United and Sunderland. And then you've got a playoff scramble that looked wide open. And then also a relegation battle where it's increasingly difficult to find three teams. And it's almost as if the longer the season has gone on, you're left with more questions than answers. So a really fascinating league. Yeah, I've certainly really enjoyed it from a neutral perspective.
And go on then, we'll indulge them. How do you assess Leeds, and obviously being as clear as they are at the top of the Championship table at this stage?
Definitely the most complete side in the league. The one question mark I have about Leeds is the goalkeeping position, because although they've kept 4 straight clean sheets, they've got some tough games coming up. They haven't really been tested. Meslier hasn't really been tested in the last 4 games. I think he's very error prone. I think without his mistakes, I think Leeds would probably have have an extra 10 points on their hands. So that's the one sort of concern that I have with Leeds, and I just wonder whether maybe not recruiting another goalkeeper is something that could come back to bite them. But other than that, they've been the most complete side in the league.
Jay, it's like Brownie's been it's like Gab's been watching yours and Brownie's streams all series. He's just repeating what you've been saying.
Yeah, the hologram, as I have kind of coined him, has kind of taken off on the stream. Hi, Gab, by the way. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, what I will say, and I'm going to stand on with this point now because it's clear that we're obviously not going to recruit in that area. Is that our goalkeeper has so little to actually do with his hands, whether we're playing a good team, quote unquote, a good team in the league, or one of the poorer sides. It actually doesn't matter that much, really. And for us, our goalkeeper needs to be pretty accomplished with his feet and decent at bringing the ball out from the back in this way that Daniel Farker has got him doing, where he kind of beckons in an attacker to come and put pressure. And then his pass selection out from there tends to be pretty good and pretty consistent, especially 5, 10, 15-yard passes. So it's a real tricky one, but from watching every single game this season, yes, he's thrown away a few points, but I would fear that another keeper, Caldalo as an example, would probably cost us a few more in not getting them decisions right. So, I mean, we've played Burnley in the last few games. He didn't have a shot to face in that. I made the joke at half-time in that game that he wouldn't have had a shot to face on target, and he didn't. And that's our biggest competition in the league, Burnley and obviously Sheffield United. So it's just, I'll be honest with you, since the mistake at Hull, it's not been a problem at all. And I've kind of just come to terms with the fact that he's going to be the number one for the rest of the season. So, yeah.
Are you surprised, Gab, that Leeds have just stayed? I mean, unless something drastic changed in the next, 2 hours or so, the Leeds have stayed completely anonymous in this transfer window, no reinforcements whatsoever.
I'm a little bit worried that the ordering of the fixtures has kind of led Daniel Farker to think he doesn't need to sign a goalkeeper, because I think if they'd had tougher games, like the tough run of fixtures that they've got coming up over February, over the January transfer window, then I think it might have sort of forced Daniel Farker's hand a little bit, because it would have exposed Meslier more. Whereas because, as it happened, as Jason quite rightly mentioned, Meslier hasn't been tested, it's kind of meant that the issue's gone a bit quieter than maybe it was a month ago. And I don't know whether that's necessarily going to be helpful for Leeds going into the last sort of third or so of the campaign. But on the other hand, you look at them going forward, they've got Junior Firpo, got 3 assists, some absolutely unbelievable balls in. Ayo Tanaka's really impressed me with his the ground that he covers in midfield. You got Dan James, who's lethal on the counter attack. Mana Solomon. You could. There's a long list of players there. So I think Leeds have been fantastic this season, and as a footballing side, I think they're more than ready for the Premier League. Just a goalkeeping issue. That's the one thing that could hold them back.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for taking the time, Gab, this evening out of what will no doubt be a busy EFL transfer window the next couple of hours, and of course the remainder of the Borough Sunderland game as well, which is one apiece. But yeah, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on the West Yorkshire Football Show.
That's my pleasure. You can do us a massive favour by getting subscribed to EFL Debate on YouTube and Spotify. That will be a huge help. And best wishes to Danny Cowley's Colchester. Let's hope they get into the playoffs to annoy Stephen.
Oh, he's not biting. He's ignoring that one. Cheers, Gav. Thanks for
He's
coming
not
on, mate.
listening.
It's much appreciated.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot, Gab. Thank you. That's Gabriel Sutton. Always good to have him on, Brownie.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, if you're watching along, please do remember smash the likes on the video. Get yourself subscribed as well to the YouTube channel and give us a follow on X as well. Coming up now, I'm delighted to say we're joined by former Bradford City, Guiseley, Halifax Town, Garforth. He's pretty much the best guest we could get on the West Yorkshire Football Show, considering he's covered and played for most of the teams in the region. I'm delighted to say we've got Brownie, David Brown, on the show. David, good evening.
Hi guys, you all right?
Yeah, very well. Thank you for spending some time with us. We've got to talk about Leeds United first, obviously. 7-0 at the weekend. Not too bad, was it?
No, it was pretty comfortable, and I think, like Popey said earlier on the show, Cardiff weren't probably the worst team that had come to Ellen Road this season. It was just the way the game went. They were on the wrong end of a bit of a drubbing. But I think you've seen this season from Leeds, they've been in control of most games this season. Ironically, it's both boxes that have cost them some points this year, which at every level of football is crucial. Like the last guest Gabe was just saying about the goalkeeper, you could contribute 6 or 7 points to him. And in other games that they've not won, not killing teams off. But that's part and parcel of football. But yeah, at the weekend, Cardiff certainly got a bit of a hiding.
Yeah, what was remarkable at it as well, because Farke came out after and said it was nice to kind of, quieten down some of the criticism after the Burnley game. And I don't know, I mean, we're so harsh and quick to judge as a fan base, haven't we? And it seems like Farke's still trying to win over fans, which is kind of bizarre when you think of how many points he's acquired, his record at the club. Why do you think that is? Is it just expectation? Is it... I mean, I've got to admit, I'll hold my hands up. I mean, after we lost the playoff final, me and Jason were driving back up the motorway. I said to Jason, I was like, "Listen, if they announce Farke gone tomorrow, I'm not too bothered if they do that." Obviously, I'm glad that's not happened, because I think the team has definitely improved this season. But why do you think there's still that kind of, I don't know, mistrust about him or lack of belief there?
I think it's a combination of, obviously, I think Leeds fans were spoilt with Marcelo Bielsa for a fair few years. And the song that a lot of teams like to sing towards Leeds is Falling Apart. They always seem to get nearly there, and then it seems to go a little bit Pete Tong. But yeah, I mean, as far as Daniel Farke goes, even his time at Norwich, I think I saw a stat of over 200 games. He's amassed the most points, and that includes a first season at Norwich where they were nowhere near promotion. So I think his points per game for Leeds and Norwich speaks volume. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. So I think it's a combination of fear of Leeds not going up, because I think I said at the start of the season, if they were to fail this year, I think there'd be another fire sale, and then I think Leeds are looking at a good fair few years stuck in the Championship. So I think there is that fear factor of having to get up, and when you go from Bielsa, who's like flamboyant, attack, to, well, you saw yourself at the Burnley game and everybody watching it. It was a tough watch for everybody, wasn't it? It wasn't the best advert of football. So yeah, I think it's just polar opposites. But like you say about the playoff final, you saw in the semi-final, Leeds went to Norwich and it was do not lose, getting back to Ellen Road sort of thing. So I think he's just churning out results. And I was having a conversation earlier today because it does seem to be a bit this hysteria about having to sign players. I mean, I've seen stuff from Liverpool fans the same. We've not signed anybody. And you think you're top of the league by 6 points and you've got a game in hand. So I think it's a lot of fan bases. They want that shiny new toy, I think. And I think if you asked all the other 23 clubs in the Championship, I think they'd snap your hands off and take Leeds United's squad over their own. So yeah, I think it's that fear factor of getting over the line this time.
Brownie, just for me, would you say like long-term sustainability of a way to play, the way that we're playing now, Premier League or Championship, it's more sustainable? I mean, would you say it's more sustainable? Like, for me, Bielsa's my hero. Like, I absolutely loved this time. I fell back in love with Leeds United in a way that I didn't even realise existed during Bielsa's time. Like, I loved the club, obviously, and I was still passionate. But when he was here, he made me feel differently about it. And that's kind of continued, then thereafter. But I watched Daniel Farke's football and I watched the way that we play. I don't think we ever dominated games like we do now. And I think the result at the weekend has been coming for a long time. Like, don't get me wrong, we were very good at the weekend, but most often than not, it's been that clinical edge that we've missed, whereas we had it at the weekend. So, like, from your experience in football, really, like, it's got to be more sustainable, surely.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's been a lot more control. You think back to the Leeds days when they got into the Premier League with Bielsa, it was like 4-3 Liverpool, and the Championship 5-4 Birmingham. It was, no matter what minute of the game, there was always just carnage. Whereas I think this season with Leeds, they've lost 3 out of 31 games. I've never come away from watching a Leeds game other than West Bromwich Albion away right at the start of the season, where it was a tricky start, and I've not felt any teams deserve to win the game. I think Leeds have completely swarmed every team, and the games they have lost, they've lost 1-0. 3 games, all been 1-0, and it feels like I've seen this film before, and then it happens again. And so, yeah, in terms of control, I don't think any teams took more control. And you see the stats from the Championship, the top of every stat other than goals conceded, where Burnley have conceded 9, but I don't think they've scored since 2015. They seem to draw every game 0-0. So yeah, in terms of longevity, I mean, Russell Martin got Southampton promoted playing that passing style of football, but when you get into the Premier League, he tried to do the same thing. You just need that bit more quality in order to do it. So Leeds aren't there yet, but I think it's. I said at the start of the season to be Leeds, Sheffield United, and I still stand by that. I don't see any other team breaking into that top 2. They say it's a 4-horse race. Like you said, Sunderland have got a job to do tonight, and I believe it's still 1-1. Which said no, not 1-1.
2-1 now.
2-1 Sunderland now.
Sunderland. So all right, so fair enough. So it might still be a 4-horse race. But yeah, I'm quite methodical on how I look at things, and there's 16 games left. 10 wins out of 16 gets Leeds to 93. They can afford to lose 6 games out of 16 and still get to 93 points, and they've lost 3 out of 30. Really. They've lost 3 out of 31. So, but as you well know, nothing's ever simple or easy with that football club.
Yeah, we do like to break the records, don't we? Those negative records from time to time. It is the transfer deadline day. It doesn't look like Leeds are going to do anything. Having considered, everything we've said about how strong the squad is, would you still have liked to have seen a little bit of business be done? Possibly a number 10 backup, another striker, anything like that? You think we could have done?
It's one of them. If it had been a pure loan, just for 6 months, then yes, the obligation to buy scenario, 15-20 million. I think Cameron Archer went for 15 million last summer, so it'd have been a high price. Yes, he can get you to the Premier League, but would he be the player to be playing week in, week out in the Premier League? Not sure. So is it a bit of a gamble? A slight gamble, I think, to have a bigger prize pot in the Premier League, because I do think it'll need, as good as the squad is, I do think they'll need a lot of players next season. The gap's just getting bigger and bigger between the EFL and the Premier League. So is there an element of that, of having more money to attack the Premier League with? Possibly, but yeah, I think Leeds have been quite fortunate this season with not many 2 injuries, especially in attacking areas. They were hampered with a couple of centre midfielders injured, but it'd be one of them where in a couple of months' time, if Pirot gets injured or Joseph gets injured, you think we should have done something. Absolutely. But yeah, there's an hour and 45 minutes to go. I can't see anything happening now, to be honest.
You can't recruit round that though, can you, Brownie? Like, you can't recruit in the case that 1 or 2 injuries might happen. Like, we have an unbelievable squad. I looked at the bench the other day, and literally the bench alone would be enough to get us top 6 in this division. Like, we are spoiled for choices, and I think, you know, a lot of fans are getting hepped up about the fact that the competition are making moves, but their squad is easier to improve at this level than ours is. Like, you know, Edwards as an example for Burnley, that he wouldn't get in front of our 4 wingers. So, and I understand this, like, they're improving them, so we need to improve us. But the players that would improve us are Premier League players that are having to drop down, and they don't want to drop down. So how do you then go about improving us without just wasting money, like, for the sake of buying players? Like,
yeah, I totally agree. And the whole PSR thing that came in, I think it's only made the top. I can get the idea of why it was brought in, but I don't know. It's kind of kept the top. It's just allowed the Premier League to go more and more, because clubs can't spend what they want to spend. And I do think if the PSR thing wasn't involved, I think Leeds probably would have gone out and done a bit of business. But in years gone by, I mean, the year they went up under Bielsa, they didn't do any business in the January. Nothing came in, and
we all freaked out then too.
Yeah, the January windows for Leeds in recent years haven't really been great. You look at, they brought in Weston McKennie, didn't really work. They brought in Rutter in the January transfer. Yeah, it worked the previous season in the Championship, but he was brought in the Premier League, didn't play. I mean, John Kevin Augustine, probably the worst signing in football history. And Kiko Casilla was a January transfer. So the January window's not really been a favourable one for Leeds in recent years. So look at last year, they brought in Connor Roberts, barely kicked a ball. So yeah, it is a really good point. Would Leeds have done more without the PSR and whatnot? But yeah, I think the other teams were playing catch up, and Gabe, your previous guest, alluded to it as well. If Melier can catch a ball at Sunderland and doesn't claw the ball back over the post at Hull, Leeds are looking at a 9-10 point gap to third. So yeah, there's a few tough games coming up for Leeds in February, but I think after the end of February, 6th round after that game at Bramall Lane, for once the running for Leeds, I think there's one team in the top 12 that they've got to play. It is a real, and I think that's Middlesbrough. But other than that, there's a lot of teams down at the bottom of the league that Leeds have still got to play. So yeah, I don't want to say it, I don't want to tempt fate, but I do believe it's Leeds +1.
Is it, in terms of being in that dressing room, Brownie? Obviously, you've experienced it at different levels, and obviously, I know we're talking about transfer deadline day, but what is it like when a new person kind of walks into the dressing room when you've got a bit of momentum, you're kind of up there challenging? Does it feel a bit awkward? Obviously, I know it's kind of the whole initiation stuff will kind of kick around, but obviously you've got that really strong core group, haven't you, together? So there's obviously that fine balance of freshening it up, like some teams are doing, but also you're on a good run. You don't want to change things. It's such a fine balance between personality clashes and competition for places. So what's it like just from that player perspective, just to give an insight?
Yeah, I mean, particularly in non-league, because obviously you have loads of transfers all the time in non-league, but your teams that win promotion, the clubs I won promotion at, do you know when you take your squad photo at the start of the season, it's near enough the same group of lads come the end of the season, Whereas you'll see some clubs where every other week there's a new signing, and they seem to be the teams that are struggling in the league. I always look at the teams. I mean, I won promotion, Guiseley, Hyde, Scarborough, a playoff semi at Garforth. I was in the semis in the Conference North with Eastwood, but a weird story. They got kicked out because the ground grading.
I remember that year.
A while ago. Wasn't it?
Yeah. So they had permission from the Nottinghamshire Council. Got to just before the playoffs, got booted out of it. It's so bizarre. But yeah, the nucleus of the squad remains the same. And you see, I mean, going back to the Bielsa, he didn't want to put players straight in. It took him 5, 6, 7 weeks to get put into the team. And particularly in January, when you're looking at loan signings, people go out on loan because they want to get games because they've not been playing. So to chuck a loan signing into a team at the top of the league, I think it's quite difficult. Pope alluded to it earlier about loans from championship to championship, whereas Tom Cannon's been playing week in, week out. But if you were to go and get like last year, Leeds went and got Connor Roberts, he hadn't been playing at Burnley. And then he has to come to Leeds and then get going midway through a season. It's so difficult. Weirdly, I was reminded today, I signed for Bradford on a deadline day many years ago. 17 years ago, I worked out earlier on in the car. It's daunting for the player as well. I signed on the same day as Lee Bullock. So when you're signing on the same day as someone else, you sort of like come pally with them just to sort of like work your way into the group. So yeah, it's daunting from both sides. But I think in football, especially, well, at all levels really, because it's such a close circuit, people kind of know people. You kind of know people already in that dressing room anyway, and particularly in non-league, it's probably a player in that dressing room that's said to the manager, "Oh, so and so is available. Go and get X, Y, and Z." So yeah, I think particularly with teams going for promotion at the top end of the table, the nucleus at the start of the season is what carries teams through. And everybody's heard that old saying of a good dressing room can get you 6, 7, 8 points a season in itself. So it'd be interesting. I mean, you saw with Sheffield United, they signed 4 or 5, and then they went and got beat 3-0 by Hull. So it doesn't always work and knit together straight away. So yeah.
Didn't you score on your debut for us though, Brownie? If I remember rightly.
I did, yeah. So it was
that must have helped you settle in a bit.
It was a bit of a whirlwind weekend. There was a deadline day. It was back when it was the end of January. I think it's still weird how we're in February and the transfer window's still open, but it was 31st of January deadline day, and then a couple of days later, 2nd, 3rd of February, Macclesfield away. Yeah, 1-0.
That must have helped you settle in a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Some experienced play, obviously. Stuart McCall was the gaffer, and you had David Weatherwell at the back, Paul Heckingbottom, who's now Preston manager. You had some really experienced heads in that dressing room. So it was, I mean, weirdly for the Leeds contingent, Nigel Martin was the goalkeeping coach. So you had. It was so surreal. It was such a whirlwind. Signing one day, a couple of days later, making your debut, scoring. But yeah, it's a weird. I think if you look at any club, can we think of really top signings that have been made in January and they've really kicked on straight away?
The only one that comes to mind is Luis Suarez. I remember that transfer window. They sold Torres, didn't they? And they bought Carroll and Suarez were. But that's the only one that comes to mind. I think you're spot on.
Yeah. And there you go. It's how long? I mean,
yeah, I think about 20 years.
Making me feel old at Luis Suarez. But I had a good question earlier. If there was, particularly for teams near the top of the league who were doing well, if there was no transfer window in the middle of the season, would fans be as panicky about needing a player, or would Leeds fans be going, yeah, we're sound, we're top of the league, 5 points clear of 3rd, just keep on going? Is it just the fact that it's there that causes the issue? It was a good question, and I couldn't really.
Just one from me on
it,
Leeds, and I've not asked Brownie or Jay this either, and I keep meaning to actually. You were talking about the style of play under Farke being more sustainable. Does it worry you though, Farke's record in the Premier League when he went up with Norwich? Does that worry you at all?
I think they fell out at Norwich because he had about £4.75 to spend when he went up. So I don't know if we're going on the side of Leeds are taking a bit of a risk and a bit of a gamble to have more money in the Premier League. You'd like to think if Leeds do get promoted, he has got a bit of a war chest to spend. Yeah. And I'd say, I mean, the 49ers have took a bit of a beating because they're not signing this and that, but over the last 18, 24 months since the 49ers have been in, I can't recall them making one bad signing. Every signing they've made has improved Leeds United. I genuinely can't think of one bad one. And when you think back to Victor Orta, his regime, I mean, if you throw enough darts at a dartboard, one of them's going to hit a number. There was lots of bad ones littered in with good ones. Yeah, you got the odd good one in there, but there was but under the new regime, I mean, pulled Tanaka from nowhere. I mean, he's probably been one of the signings of the season. Other signings they've made, I've just fitted in really well. So it is a really good point about Farke's sort of like win ratio in the Premier League, but I'd like to think that if Leeds did get promoted, that they would be spending a little more than Norwich. But sometimes you're a victim of your own success. Look at Russell Martin, took Southampton up and then gets the bullet within weeks. There's only McKenna that's still in a job from obviously Maresca left to go to Chelsea, but then Steve Cooper took the reins and he's gone straight away. And it's similar with him. He got Forest up and then he'd gone. So we could be talking about a completely different manager in 6 months' time. But it does, again, touch wood, it's Leeds United, but it does seem a bit less of a basket case club at the minute than it did 3 or 4 years, 5 years ago.
I think it's two separate things, in it, with Farke. It's the Farke in the Championship and Farke in the Premier League. And I think when I'm saying when we get there, like that's then a problem to deal with then. And I don't, me and other Brownie have said a few times that he'll be kept on a short leash, I think, in the Premier League. I don't think that they will allow it to get to a position where we're out of touch before that decision would be made. I think that they'd back him. I definitely think they'd back him, and they would have to. I agree with you completely with what you said earlier, that this squad needs a serious overhaul in the Premier League. I think it's a fantastic squad for the Championship, but Premier League's a different kettle of fish. You know, you see him with teams like Crystal Palace, Brentford, Bournemouth. Like the standard is just going up and up and up, and that bottom three, with probably Wolves as an exception. The rest of the league, I mean, Man United and Spurs, they're making 2 of the bottom 6, aren't they? Or whatever is going on at the moment. And that's every other club's above that. That's the standard for where you need to be at. It's crazy. Yeah. So, but yeah, I think it's 2 separate chats. Yeah. I don't worry about it personally.
Yeah. Just in terms of, you touched on it earlier, Brown, in terms of signing on deadline day, give us an insight into what that looked like as a player going to join Bradford City. How did it all come about? What did it involve on the day? All that kind of stuff. I find that fascinating, being someone who's never been in that environment before.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that in the last 17 years things have got a little bit more advanced with the medicals and things, and obviously didn't sign for multi-million pounds, but yeah, just private hospital, medical, check the heart rate, ECG, things like that. Horrible mug shots around the ground. Obviously, you see videos being made now and everything's for social media. Back then, there wasn't really much social media, so it was the good old Telegraph and Argos releasing the picture. But yeah, it's I wouldn't say stressful. I was at Nottingham Forest, so I'd left Leeds the year they went into administration in the summer, fuming. Been there 11 years, went into administration and couldn't sign a new contract. So I had to leave there, went to Forest. And just towards the end of the transfer window, there there'd been a bit of a knock-on effect. So back in the day when there was reserve football, so there was Grant Hall, Scott Derby, they'd dropped down to play in the reserves. It was the year Forest got promoted out of League One, so they'd got down to play in the reserves. So then, me being in and around the reserves, where do I go? So it was Cesspod. People from Bradford will know that name. Weirdly, when I was 6, 7, when I signed for Leeds, he was at Leeds there, and I kept a close relationship with him all the way through my football journey. And he just said, "Would you fancy Bradford?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's 10 minutes from Leeds. I'd be up for Bradford." And originally, I'd just gone to not even thinking anything of first team football. Bizarrely, I spoke to Stuart McCall, and Wayne Jacobs was the assistant at the time. And yeah, he said, "Come in, do what you do, enjoy it, and see where it goes in the summer." 2 days later, the squad list's gone up on the board, and I'm with the first team thinking, bloody hell. But I'd got to Macclesfield, and I'm there carrying up the shirts, and there was 2 spare, so there was 2 extra. I thought, I'm just going for a bit of experience, this, that, and the other. And Barry Conlon was on the bench as well. The number 9 shirt was out for Barry Conlon. Big Baz. And I just thought, well, if people go, "Did you get nervous?" I didn't really have any nerves or whatsoever, because I thought if a striker's needed, Barry Conlon, senior striker, number 9, he'll go on first anyway. Nope. On I went. But in terms of the whole transfer deadline day, there's stuff in the pipeline days beforehand. It's not done there and then. There's no Peter Odd and Wingy situation where you're hanging around. Yeah, so it's just a lot of. It's more paperwork and sitting around, and I wouldn't say draining, but there's not really any element of football done. It's just getting shown around the ground, meeting the backroom staff, the kit man, the cooks, just familiarising yourself with it all, and then agreeing everything that you want to agree, get the agents to get as many pennies as you can, and then private hospital for treadmill, oxygen masks, ECGs, this, that, and the other. But I'm sure now there'd be a lot more thorough. I just remember Stuart McCall saying, "Can he run?" Yeah, sound, you can sign. I can't imagine a Postecoglou or a Mourinho going, "Can he run? Has he got a pair of boots? Get him signed." I think it'd be a bit more thorough, but yeah, it was nice to be involved in that situation. And like I say, obviously signing on the same day as Bully, there was someone there to sort of like do it alongside. I signed on, I can't remember if it was deadline day for Forest. Actually, well, I was a free agent, so it wasn't deadline day, but the first team were already out in Austria. And I remember thinking, I've got to fly out on my own. And then lo and behold, Neil Lennon pops up. They'd signed Neil Lennon. He'd come down from Celtic, and I'm flying out with Neil Lennon to them. So I definitely think signing on the same day as someone else definitely helps you get involved and integrated with the team a little bit more.
I suppose you as a manager in the past and recently as well that you're playing at Jam. Are you one of those that can you run, sign a dotted line?
Definitely not. I like the saying, I can get someone from the gym to run. I think people need to have a little bit more. But I think Graham Potter said it in an interview recently with West Ham. A lot these days, assigning people as, it's great to have ability, but like you said, Lou, about the personality and everything integrating with the team, you've got to really fit in with the group. I think that's massively important. So yeah, the old "can you run?" No, I think I went a different route, but it seems to be working out still well for Stuart because he's assistant with Hecky at Preston, doing a good job. To be fair,
it's so underrated, isn't it, that people element? And obviously, some of the stuff that I do, kind of outside of his show and bits and bobs. Obviously, you've been in that environment in terms of dressing room and playing as well. That doesn't get looked at enough, does it? And kind of appreciated. And then obviously your friend Paddy, we had Paddy on last week. and Wally as well. That dressing room and having a really good group of people that can almost dig you out of the trenches when you really need it. But actually, when you're flying, there's no better feeling like it, is it? And I think that's where, yeah, sometimes it is quite media hyped into transfer deadline day, but actually across the course of the season, like you've mentioned, you keep your majority together. You should be there or thereabouts, shouldn't you?
Definitely. I think the biggest word is trust. I think good or bad, you've got to be honest with your players, and then they know where they stand. They know exactly that you've been straight with them. So in terms of that dressing room environment, whether you're calling someone out, they know where they stand with it. So I found that in management really helpful. Good or bad, they knew where they stood and they respected it. That respect came both ways, which thankfully my stint in management last year, it got us out of a big hole, and it worked. And weirdly, I bumped into Wally yesterday. My job was Sheffield Wednesday. We were away at Hull and his lad was playing for Hull. So I had a good chat with him yesterday. It was good to catch up, and he's doing a cracking job at Ossett himself. Yeah. So it's that transition from playing into coaching and managing. Biggest thing for me was just honesty and trust for people.
Brownie, we can't kind of let you go. Obviously, as we've touched on your days as a Bradford City player. What do you make of them as a kind of the way the club is at the moment and going forward?
I'd love to see them be promoted. I think they've been in League Two far too long. I mean, Yorkshire across the board. I know we're West Yorkshire, but Yorkshire across the board, there's the two Sheffields trying to get promoted. You've got York and Halifax in the conference. Probably won't speak about Farsley in the Conference North, but League Two, you've got Bradford, Donny. I think Yorkshire football in general, League One, Huddersfield in the playoff positions. I think it's great for Yorkshire football, but Bradford, the fan base is bigger than a lot of people think, particularly in League Two. I remember my first game there when I just played at Macclesfield and then coming back to Valley Parade. I couldn't wait to get changed and get ready for Jacko to say, come on, let's go, warm up. So I could run out the stand that's obviously a bit like St James's with the two stands that are really higher than the others. The fan base, once that place gets going, it is great. You saw it with the cup run when they got to the League Cup final. It's too big to be in League Two. It's a travesty that they've been in there for as long as it is. So I've got everything crossed that they do get promoted from League One, and I still think it's too big for League One as well. Look at some of the clubs in League One; they're not attracting anywhere near the fans that Bradford are getting. So I think obviously first step getting them out of League Two. The manager's done a great job because at one point it looked like another year of not being anywhere near. Obviously a disappointing result at the weekend at Wimbledon, but football's never like that. There's always bumps in the road. So
yeah,
hopefully in the remaining 2 or 3 months they pick up enough points and get into that top 3, because obviously we've said with Leeds, playoffs is a lottery. It doesn't matter where you finish in the league. It's not ideal. So I genuinely think they could do it this season. I really do.
We could really wind Downsy up by bringing up they're bigger than their bigger club by saying Bradford are bigger than Huddersfield, right? I think so.
I mean,
I think you're on the spot there, Brownie.
No, I'm Bradford before Huddersfield 100%. I was going to say Bradford had been in the Premier League, but Huddersfield had a few 0-0s and got themselves there in the playoffs. But yeah, I'd while Downsy's not here, I'll say Bradford are definitely.
The thing is with us, Brownie, and I think the lads always agree with me on this on here. When City get going, when we get rolling, we're difficult to stop. You saw it under Parkinson, obviously, the years that we had under him. Momentum's such a big thing in it for any club in any division. If you get that momentum going, then we can be difficult to stop.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's what we've seen in recent weeks from Bradford. Again, obviously, it was a disappointing result, but they have been on that upward trajectory over the last few months. And it's a good period of the season to get the wins ticking over. They've found themselves. Well, they got into the automatic positions before the weekend's result, but it's so tight up there. I think it's 1 point separates all the playoff positions, and then obviously Walsall looked like home and hosed at one point. They looked like they'd been on the beach since January. But the second and third definitely up for grabs, and why not? Why can't Bradford do it? They're the biggest club in that league by a country mile, and if not the league above it, certainly bigger than Huddersfield.
Yeah, that's getting clipped. Well, Brownie, thank you so much for making time this evening to come and chat to us. It'd be great to get you back on at some point, because I'm sure you've got loads of great stories from your time playing across the region. We'd love to hear them. But you are on One Leeds fan channel with Connor as well. I know you make appearances on there, so any Leeds fans watching, do check that out as well to get Brownie's take on that. But yeah, really enjoyed that, mate. Thank you for coming.
No, brilliant, great show tonight as well, guys, with all the guests. It's been great.
Oh, cheers, appreciate it. Cheers, mate. Thanks a lot. Bye. There we go. David Brown on the West Yorkshire Football Show. Great to chat to him. Yeah, it would be fantastic to get him back on, wouldn't it? And just kind of go through some career stuff.
I could speak Leeds with him all day, mate, because whenever I hear him talk, I just think, even if I don't necessarily directly agree with something, I just think, it makes a valid point there. Yeah, that makes complete sense.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's logic to it, isn't there?
Whenever you're having kind of discussion over anything, like it's fair enough to take somebody else's opinion if it makes some logical sense, even if you don't agree with it. So yeah, like I agree with him more often than not. So
yeah, absolutely, and we look forward to hopefully chatting to him again on the show. Guys, if you're watching along live, please do smash a like on the video, get subscribed to the channel, and also follow us on X as well. We're desperately trying. We've got 1,590 subscribers on YouTube. Please, we have got to get past this bloody number, because it's been like that for months. So please, somebody out there, if you're watching, subscribe to the channel, please.
We need that fuel
my
for
only
tonight.
goal for tonight. Yeah, exactly.
We need some kind of fuel to get us through it. Give us something to hope and pray for.
1591. That's all I ask for. Come on. But yeah, we were hoping to get Jason McKeown on. He's not going to be available, unfortunately. All the best to Jason. Hopefully, we will get him back on the channel very
he's
soon.
Coming on, Brownie.
Hang on.
Oh, is he got? I stand with
breaking news. Transfer deadline.
Breaking news.
Well, I think we need to confirm to him via text. If someone can go back to him, he said he can make it in about 5 minutes if we still have him.
Oh, brilliant! Right,
look at this live show.
Somebody else talk whilst I do things. Type.
Let's go to the ads or something.
Whilst we've been talking to David Brown, though, Gaz, we touched on it earlier. We'll use this as a little bit of filler. Another actual signing that you mentioned, that left back earlier, Teo Adramola, Republic of Ireland. I think he was a youth international. I think he's about 21-year-old now. Yeah. But that loan from Crystal Palace is now over the line.
Yeah, got confirmed about 10, 15 minutes ago. Left wing back, Adramola. There you are. I did say his name. Was on loan at Stockport earlier in the season. I don't know much about him, to be honest. He played against City in the Virtue Motors Trophy when we actually beat Stockport about a month or two back. Apparently very, very quick. Obviously got something about him if he's come from the Premier League. Not worked out for him at Stockport, so trying his under a division lower with us. We needed somebody in there because Lewis Richards has been absolutely fantastic for us, but dislocated his shoulder on Saturday. And that's the second time he's done that this season. So the worry is that he could be out for a while. You would imagine the fact that we've moved to bring someone in means he is going to be out for a while. We've got Tyreek Wright who can play there and Clark Odor who can play there. But to bring in a sort of specialist wing back is only positive. I think Graham Alexander said after the match, obviously we lost Kieran Kelly on Saturday as well to a hamstring injury. So he's moved today to bring in cover for Richards at left wing back and obviously Critchlow as cover for Kelly at centre half. So we're doing all we can, and it's nice to see City making moves and being positive. I think David Sharp's having an impact there. And we actually look like we're going for it a little bit. Now the fans want a striker, whether that's going to happen or not, I don't know. Time's ticking, but that will be the icing on top of the cake.
Absolutely. So hopefully Jason will be with us in a few minutes to talk a bit more on Bradford City. Let's just take a little bit of time to look at the transfers across the wider window. Premier League ones so far. Not as many actually confirmed in the Premier League as I expected, just 4. Simas going from Nuremberg to Brighton for 20 million. Evan Ferguson going from Brighton to West Ham on a loan. Marco Asensio going from PSG to Aston Villa in a loan spell. And then Tyler Binden, he's going to be another big loss for Reading. He's gone to Forest for an undisclosed fee. Downsy mentioned it earlier on. Aston Villa. Sorry, Brownie, go on.
I was going to say Aston. What do people make of Aston Villa's like transfer business? Rashford, Asensio.
On the face of it, it's ballsy. I'm going to go ballsy, I think, because look, Asensio probably hasn't been the player that he kind of was at Madrid in his younger days for a long while, but it's a bit like the Rashford, isn't it? Rashford, Asensio, players that are out of form that if they can, be reignited, can find that love of the game again under Emery, then they could be really good signings. Same, I think, goes for Malin, who was signed obviously earlier in the window. I think it's ballsy. I mean, obviously, I can see Lou doesn't agree, but look,
I come in on that.
I'm not sure they improve him.
No, I don't. I'm not convinced.
Well,
I'm looking at it, and I think the deal for John Jordan is phenomenal.
3-2
From a business perspective, PSR, I think that's great. I don't think he's, he's very young, and I think they've got an amazing amount of money for him, considering he's very unproven. Fabulous deal. I think the players are bringing in have got a lot to prove. I think Rashford's got a lot to prove. I think Asensio, he's been there and done it, but I'm not too sure where he fits in. I think Disasi from Chelsea's not convinced. I'm not overly wowed by their business, if I'm being honest. I think I agree with Jason. I think they looked a little bit stronger before. And listen, let's be honest, Rashford has never really shone as a number 9. What happens if Watkins gets injured? You haven't really replaced him. I'm not convinced. I'm quite surprised by the business.
I'm not sure how good Rashford actually is. Like, I think his reputation kind of supersedes him a little bit. Like, I think his English came through at Manchester United. Like,
he had a 35-goal season only 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, but Patrick Bamford scored 17 goals in Premier League as well. You won't say he's one of the top Premier League strikers. Like, the players can have these one-off seasons or moments or periods, but I just don't see it. I think he's a good player. I just don't think he's a great player. 100%. And I think that, you know what I mean? I think there's a big difference between that. I think his reputation is way higher than what it should be. Personally,
I think that's a really good point, actually, because I noticed last night it made the news headlines on the BBC. This is because Marcus Rashford has this reputation. He's obviously done the thing around schooling and free meals, but his reputation precedes him. And I am a little bit the same, Jay. I'm not sure that he warrants that with what he does on the pitch. Not on a consistent basis, anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, we're going to have a lot more time to discuss the wider transfer window. I'd like to say now that Jason McKeown from The Width of a Post is here with us to talk all things Bradford City. Jason, it's been quite the busy day for the Bantams.
Yeah, evening, guys. I'm sorry I'm late, but thanks for having us. Probably a busier day, guys. I think it's fair to say than probably expected a couple of days ago. Obviously, our form has been really good of late. We've been looking in a really good position, and you're almost thinking transfer-wise, it was almost kind of sorted out, really. But then losing to Wimbledon at the weekend, 2 injuries to Kieran Kelly and Lewis Richards suddenly means we're having to do a bit more activity than we would have expected. And so we've had obviously Romney Critchlow come in, Adrian Marlowe's come in now as well from Crystal Palace and the goalkeeper as well. So, fair to say a bit more activity than we were expecting, really. But good to see the club have reacted quickly to the unfolding situation.
Gaz, bring you in.
Yeah, I've just been saying, Jay, and I think, well, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. Is it good to see us actually? We look like we're having a bit of a go, don't we? We look like we've seen that top 3 and thought we've got a chance here.
Yeah, I think so. I think especially if you look at the signings at the first half of the transfer window, I think that there's some real intent there with the players we brought in. It's clear we spent a bit of money. People like Tommy Lee have come in for free, and we haven't just relied on loanies, which is often the case we've seen in previous years at this point. It does feel like, the division is wide open. There's a really fantastic opportunity for us to get promoted and potentially in the top 3 this season. not the strongest of leagues, and we're right up there. And with just a bit of pushing and investment, there's a real opportunity to be up there. So I do look at that sort of overall, and I think that we've got a really good base now going in the second half of the season. We obviously had a lot of injuries in the first half. That did slow us down quite a bit. You can see that difference when everyone's fit, just how good we can be and how strong we look in terms of the bench and even players that can't get in the match day squad. And we've added that in January now, and it does feel like we've got real genuine strength in depth and strong competition for places. But like as a striker, if we're being really fussy, I'm sure most clubs do, to be fair, don't they? But with Verdane Oliver leaving, you probably think you could just bring another forward in there as well, just to add to that. But it does look like in every department we've got some real quality there, and it just really bodes well for the second half of the season. So yeah, I am really encouraged by what I've seen over January.
That's the one area, isn't it? The striker. I think fans were sort of hoping we might get one in before Verdane left, and obviously with Verdane going, that's only sort of intensified those calls on social media. The only thing I would say about that is, and I've had this discussion with the lads that I go to the game with, Callum Kavanagh, you can't take him out of the team at the moment, or you couldn't before Saturday, just because of how well the team's performing and how he leads that press at the front and how well, I know we've changed the style of play, but how well he's handled it since coming in when Andy Cook got injured. You've got Michael Mellon there, who's obviously come in expecting to play, and I'm sure he will get his chance at some point. Do you see us looking at someone in this last hour, Jace, or do you think that will be it and the club will settle for those two and sort of Tommy Lee as the emergency option?
I think you'd look at it and think you probably could do with one more body there, can't you, really? Because you've got the Dane who's left and you've also got Patrick left and lights there. I think there was probably from most of the supporters that were Tommy Lee signed, he looked like he was more for that attacking midfielder role. Potentially rather than as a forward, but it's become increasingly clear the last couple of weeks that Graham Alexander and the club see him as a striker option instead. Obviously, we haven't really seen much of Michael Mellon so far. As you say, Callum Cavan has been playing really, really well and deservedly has that first team jersey at the moment to play up front at the top. I think it's almost a bit like Moneyball thinking, is it, a little bit really, in terms of, we obviously were huge about Andy Cook's goals. He's been massive for us over the first half of the season. He was absolutely fantastic, but no one else is really scoring. And what we've seen over the last few weeks since Cook has got injured and the slight change in formation and the return of Alex Patterson and Antonio Sarcevic is that we're spreading the goals out a lot more now. And it feels like rather than just relying on one player to get a goal, we've now got different options there, and the goals have been spread around a little bit more, really. So that's really encouraging. But you do still think that you could just do with just that little different type of option, because we don't really have a physical striker anymore now with Verdane Oliver leaving.
Jason, we're just getting a little bit of We're just getting a little bit of interference when you're speaking, Jason. I don't suppose the phone is resting on anything, or if you've got any headphones you could plug in by any chance, unless you're already.
It is resting on something, so maybe I'll move that. That might help. Let me know if that helps any. But I've got headphones on, so hopefully that's helping. But yeah.
Yeah, still a little bit there, but that's okay. We'll plow on. Sorry, guys, go on.
I'll move a little bit. I was right computers, maybe that will help a little bit over here. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good.
We'll see when you start chatting. Yeah, I think it might actually be the head. I wonder if it's the actual headphones, actually, Jason. Possibly.
Okay, I could try taking them out. It means I'll just be speaking normally, but I think that's okay. There's no one in the room here, so I'll do that one second.
No worries, thank you. And Chris is on mute as well.
Yeah, I'll mute myself. Typical. Sunderland, by the way, 3-2 up in the championship game at the moment. They're just a big chance for a fourth, and they might still get it yet. Right, let's try that. Jason, can you hear us all right?
Can you hear us, Jason?
Yes, I can. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Although I do still think there's a little bit of interference, but we'll crack on. We'll crack on. It's the Gremlins are out tonight, but never mind.
You've mentioned, Jace, on Width of the Post about this Ewing theory of, like, obviously taking your best player out of your team. Do you think that Kavanagh, if Cook was fit and Cook was playing, could he play in this system that we're playing at the moment? Is it as simple as Patterson and Sarcevic that have made the difference being fit?
I think it is. I think that Patterson's probably that player we've really lacked. I think really in terms of you look at a lot of this season, and we started obviously with the 3-5-2 where we had 2 number 8s and Richie Smallwood. It kind of got figured out opposition teams. I think really that if you target Richie Smallwood, then you've got a real opportunity to come to overwhelm us, and that's the way to win games, and that's what was happening for a little bit there. And I think then dropping Patterson to play alongside Smallwood, but with that energy to get forward and to burst forward in the train mark runs that he does, just gives that a different dimension. And I think Sarcevic as well has looked really good in that position as well. Not what I expected from Sarcevic. I did think he'd be a bit more of a deep line midfielder, but he's looked really good in that position. And I think just those 2 players have made a massive difference to us. I like yourself, Gaz, probably spent quite a bit of the season a little bit sceptical of why do we sign Sarcevic? Is Patterson all that really? When we ended last season with Bobby Point and Jamie Walker playing as number 8, it's looking really good. Why do we move away from that? But I think when you've seen Patterson fit and firing in that position, and when you've seen what Sarcevic can do, you start to realise that was why we made that effort to get those players, because they can make such a difference. And that's been a really key thing. And it's a bit of a coincidence with Cook obviously getting injured at the same time. I think if Cook was fit, I still think this approach, this formation would work really well with Cook in it. If anything, probably a bit more effective than Kavanagh as well as he's done. But there's no doubt about it that we've not missed Cook to the extent that we all feared.
Oh, we just seem to have lost Jason for a sec. Oh, are you back, Jason? No.
Yeah, I'm having some real problems here. Out of my phone is definitely not playing ball tonight. I apologise for that. I'm here.
All right, mate. We're happy to have you on. What I will say is, Jay, it's the streakiness in it that we need to avoid. We need to bounce back after Saturday and that defeat, and make sure that we don't have a winless run to follow our winning run.
Yeah, that's the big concern for me, is that I don't think there's been any time since Alexander took charge with the league. We've lost a game having been on a good run and then bounced back a game after that. So to me, this weekend's a big test, because you've got 2 very winnable looking home games coming up against Harrogate and Accrington, and the form we've been showing at home, you'd expect us to win those games quite comfortably. But will that happen? That's probably the key bit, isn't it? Because you lose to Wimbledon, it's not it's a disappointing result, but I don't think anyone's like jumping off a cliff or anything like that. No. Like, I think it's a realistic, fair enough defeat, really, because Wimbledon are so good at home. But there is just that element of, can we now bounce back? Because if we don't get a good result against Harrogate, suddenly that pressure's on a little bit there, isn't it? And you saw the situation change really quickly. We got into 3rd last week, having beaten Morecambe, joint 2nd, in fact. Then obviously Doncaster won the night after that, and then the weekend's results were suddenly down in 7th again, and a bit off the automatic. So it just shows how tight it is. And if we have 2 or 3 bad results in a row, we could be really left behind by the team. So really important that we do bounce back from here and avoid that streakiness.
Yeah. You just one more quick one from me, Jace. I know Lou's got one he wants to jump in with, but you mentioned him briefly there. You mentioned Jamie Walker, and we've not really seen any departures or as many departures as we thought we might see this window. Do you see Walker or anybody else going late on today, or perhaps later in the week? I know they'd have to have the contract terminated, but do you think we'll see departures as well as possibly a striker?
You did wonder, didn't you? Because there was also Jay Bennett, obviously at Lincoln, who's did really well and then just lost his way a little bit, hasn't he? And he has not been seen since. And you wonder if Lincoln might not be happy with that situation, but looks like he's still here. Neil Byrne as well was another guy that's been mooted that maybe he might move on, albeit the Kieran Kelly injury perhaps complicated that a little bit, albeit with Critchlow coming in. But Jamie Walker's the interesting one, isn't it? Because he's been nowhere near the team last few weeks. Looks like there's no way back for him, really. There's suddenly a big queue of players ahead of him. And bearing in mind his quality and what he can do and what a good player he's been at League Two for the last few years, I would have expected a few clubs to be interested to sign him, to be honest. So I am quite surprised that as we speak now, an hour before the window closes, there's not even a whisper that Jamie Walker might be leaving. I fully expected him to be leaving, to the point where I'd even drafted an article paying tribute to him going, basically, which is now sitting in my drafts and will probably never be used, which I'm glad about because I don't want him to go. But yeah, I fully expected he would be someone who he'd be leaving now.
Question from me, Jason, mate. Listen, we know everything that goes on with Bradford City can change from week to week, as you're more than adequate to put in your own fine words, sir. I'm going to ask the question, and I might know what the answer is, and I can ask this probably for both of yourselves. Is this time to give credit to the likes of Ryan Spark, David Sharp, Stephen Gent, for getting you into position at the moment where you're challenging at right end of the table and the playoffs look a possibility? Or is it too early?
Do you want me to go first, guys?
Yeah, you
I
go.
think you have to give credit.
Silence.
Yeah. I think you have to give credit to them because they've got their act together this season. There's been some bad mistakes, I think it's been fair to say, over the last few years. And I think as a supporter, what's kind of been half frustrating, lack of humbleness and humility about those mistakes and just kind of acknowledgement that they have got things wrong. There hasn't been any of that side of it, which still, I think, leaves most supporters feeling it difficult to be won round by them, really, and to feel like that you can trust in them. So there's still that element there. I don't think that, right now as supporters in the main, there's a huge amount of love and affection for the people in this football club. But I do think there's a growing level of respect in terms of there's been more investment this season. There's been much more of a professional focus. They've given Graham Alexander what he wants, and also they've stood by him and when he's had a few tricky moments and continued with that plan and continued with the path, believing it's the right one. David Sharp, I think, has made a massive difference. He's clearly got a lot of acumen at this level. He knows what he's doing, and he's been getting the business done really well. He speaks really well when you do hear from him as well. So I think that as a football club now, we've got a bit more infrastructure than we had before, a bit more know-how and experience, and that's all positive. So you definitely need to give credit for that happening. But I think, as you say, Lewis, it's Bradford City. We're only over 2 defeats away from a crisis, and if we lose the next 2 home games, it's back to Sparks out, Rupp out, everyone out. It just happens again.
You took the words out of my mouth, Jason. I know we often agree on City anyway, but I say this to Lou quite a lot when we talk about it on the pod, that City fans, I call them bipolar because we react so quickly to things, and that what you just said there about being 2 wins away from a crisis, you can just see that coming. If we were to lose to Harrogate, or if we were to go winless against Harrogate and Accrington, the fans are going to turn again. You can tell that's going to happen. What I will say is they've made good strides this window. I was still sceptical after the summer when Rupp said we were talking about Rupp investing in the squad. I was sceptical as to whether that had really happened. But this window, I think you can clearly see that it has. David Sharp, as you say, has made a huge difference. What I would like to see is keep doing what they're doing, more of the same. Obviously, communication's key at City. More of that we have, the better. I'd like to know a bit more about what's going on with Valley Parade. But if results continue as they are on the pitch, and Saturday is just a blip, and the communication keeps coming and the investment keeps coming, then we just want to see more of that, really. There's been sort of however many years now of fans being not happy and feeling let down. So a few months isn't going to change that straight away. But if we can continue doing it and see it for a bit longer, then I'm sure the fans will be more than happy.
That's a very diplomatic answer, gents. Well done.
What I will say is we've had a good night on the pod tonight. We've had Brownie, or David Brown, saying that he hopes that we go up, and we've even had Gab Sutton, Jace, saying that he thinks we might make the top 3.
Nice. Wow, that's high praise.
It's only Huddersfield that not everybody likes, guys. Like, everybody loves Bradford.
You boys all would rather Bradford than Huddersfield, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. I'd love City back in Premier League, mate. Leeds Bradford in the Premier League. Oh,
yes, please. Yeah.
Huddersfield back in League 2. Oh.
Back where they belong.
Right, we're going to get an absolute rollicking now because we're going to turn to Huddersfield, I think, in a couple of minutes. But Jason, thanks for taking the time to pop on and to join us to talk all things Bradford City.
Thanks for having us, and sorry about technical problems.
No worries. Thank you, Jason. Cheers, mate.
Yeah.
Just like to confirm before we do bring the Huddersfield lads in, that ex-professional footballer David Brown did confirm that Bradford are in fact bigger than Huddersfield. Now you can bring them in.
Okay, so let's bring back Stephen Downs into proceedings. And sadly, he has no camera for some reason. maybe he's in bed and he just can't be bothered getting himself on camera. But Callum Scott, who is a regular contributor to all the Huddersfield Town content that Downsy produces, joins us as well. Callum, hope you can hear us. Thanks for taking the time to join us tonight.
Evening, chaps. How are we doing?
Hey, Carl.
Yeah, very well, very well. Downsy, I mean, I would let you take over. I'm going to get the first question in just for Cal. How much are you going to miss Michael Helic?
Oh, that's not nice.
What? It's a fair question.
Cal,
What you don't know, Cal, is
Cal, don't hold back on any of these. The only one that's nice in this group right now is Lewis. Right, Lewis.
What you don't know, Cal, is that when the Helic deal went through, Downsy announced to all of us that you wouldn't miss him in the slightest.
I didn't say that.
That was exactly his words. The boys.
We need receipts, guys.
I didn't say that.
I've been winding him up ever since about saying this, because ever since he's gone, you've literally lost every game.
Screenshots or it didn't happen, boys. Screenshots or it didn't happen.
Callum, it didn't happen.
I can
and
find
that's
it
the
if you
truth.
like.
Jay, you haven't got the tenacity to find it or the brain power. So
okay. Bear with.
Anyway, in all fairness, though, Michael Helic, are you all right? Let me reword it then slightly. Are you surprised that you haven't dipped into the market as yet, with 55 minutes to go at least, for a centre half?
I was more surprised that we appear to have signed a winger that we don't need, rather than not signed anyone at all. I didn't expect us to sign anybody today, and we've gone out and signed a winger that's played 35 games of football across his entire career.
And had an hamstring injury this season.
Oh, it's all positive in Huddersfield.
Let's be honest, Carl, right? Let's be honest, right? I know what you said, that we didn't expect to sign him. It's good that we've got one. It's just not good that we're not going to use him. If we're being totally
I don't
honest.
even think it's good that we've got one.
It's another body.
I'd rather not sign a player than sign a player like that, because obviously it indicates a tactical change for Duff. Although I wouldn't put it past Mark Cartwright to have signed a winger when we don't play in a system that uses wingers.
Well, no, that's what has happened.
I know that's what's happened, but then surely that dictates a change in system.
What, for one player that's 21-year-old that's only had 5 appearances of Wolves shirt? I don't know.
I don't want us to have signed a winger when we don't use wingers. I am hoping that there's a change in tactic. However, I'm not putting it past them that's definitely going to try and put a square peg in a round hole and play him like a left back or something.
I unfortunately, mate, think that on Saturday you'll be flicking a few more V's probably towards certain people.
Oh, I can't do any more. It's every time we're on Sky, I seem to just be slating the manager.
I mean, I was going to say, is there any reasonable chance there that he's going to be shoehorned in as a wing back and, as you say, be another square peg in the round hole to match the full backs playing centre half?
Potentially. That is, in a team full of what you might say is injury depleted weak spots, that's probably one of them, wing backs. However, I'm not sure we've signed him with that intention, because I'm not sure why you would sign a player that young on loan from a Premier League team if you weren't intending to play them in the position that they're playing.
Yeah,
that you'd expect to sign an older player, a more experienced player in that regard, surely.
Yeah, it's a fair point, Downsy.
You would think so. I mean, listen, right? Nothing against the young lad that's come in, and I hope that he does, make an impression. We have had good loans over the years, going right back to Ben Chilwell 10 years ago. Hopefully this guy can come in and be a little bit of a Casey Palmer sort of Brown type, like attacking centre midfielder. I remember, when we had Casey Palmer, he was great in that position. Obviously, what was his name, Cal? What was his name?
Oh.
What was his name now?
I don't know.
His last name was Brown. His last name was Brown. And
Izzy Brown.
That's Izzy Brown. So he He had a good stint at Town as well. So there's no reason why this loan can't work out. But it's the fact that the system just doesn't suit the type of player he is. I mean, even if you played him as a number 10, Cal, he's not. Yeah. We don't play with number 10s, do we? Because Ben Wiles plays as an 8. Then you've got Johnny Ogo Kasumu at 6, and Herbie Kane just does whatever Herbie Kane wants to do. So we don't really play with 10s.
Well, we've done the sort of classic Huddersfield Town deadline day where it was set up to sign a centre-back. Everyone knows we need a centre-back to replace Michael Hellick. We need an experienced centre-back, ideally. And we've played that sort of Uno reverse card and signed a young winger on loan from Wolves.
Just on that note, I hope you can see the screen and the rest of us. There we go. Stephen Downs not worried about Hellick leaving for Oxford United.
Yeah, no, I didn't. No, but that doesn't mean to say that I was. No, what I was saying there was
out of context, Downs.
You haven't shown the full conversation, and B, I'm not worried about Hellick going to Oxford because, all right, as I explained in the chat, which you've purposely not shown. Right.
I didn't say that, by the way. I said the whole thing.
Callum, can I explain, right? Which you and me will agree with, right? Because we have to stick together. We have to stick together. We have to stick together. To stick together against these knobheads, right? It's the fact of the matter, right? Is that we've got money for Hellick, and in 6 months we wouldn't have got money for him. So
the reasoning behind it, Downsy, was never
we signed Dion Charles. We signed Dion Charles and sold Michael Hellick for the same amount of money. Our problem this season hasn't been conceding goals; it's been scoring goals. Well, it might be now, but that's because half of our centre back pairings are either slow, crap, or injured.
Because you've lost your best one.
Right.
Or all of the above.
Who knew Dion Charles is the new Dion Dublin and he'll just be playing at centre half?
Hey, maybe. Paul Walrus.
I don't know why I've come back on, I just hate you all.
You can't keep Callum company.
I hate you. Callum, you go ahead, mate. You give your thoughts on everything because
don't get this on Sky Sports News, do you? Gives us an edge.
To be fair, Chris does look a bit like Jim White.
Joking aside, with both of you boys for a minute, right? Because I know we're back and forward with this, but not replacing him, is it going to have an effect on finishing in the top 6? Because it seems since, I know he's not played every game, I know he had a couple of injuries and suspension, I think he missed 7 games out of the games up until him leaving. It seems as if there's been a downturn in the form since then.
Let's not kid ourselves into thinking that he wasn't one of the most influential players on the football pitch at any given time. And also, let's remember, he was actually last season's top goal scorer for Huddersfield Town.
There was a reason for that. There was a reason for that, Cal, though.
But still,
you've got to be in there to score him, though. You know what I mean?
From corners, mate. From corners. We hardly scored any.
What can we not score from this season?
Well, yeah, true. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong.
There is a hole in that squad now, shaped of Michael Hellick, and we aren't going to sign anyone to replace him, and we are going to have to suffer with the consequences of that because none of the defenders that we have now are good enough to fill that gap.
I'm really not of the opinion that Michael Hellick will decide whether we go up or we don't. I refuse that one player makes such a difference to our side in a League One promotion race. The difference between Liverpool winning the Premier League might be Mo Salah. The difference between Mikel Hellick getting us promoted or not is either there for me.
But, okay, so what I will put to you, though, is he actually might be. To be honest, a very simple counter argument is that.
No, I know I know we're here to back each other up, Steve, but you are wrong.
Let's just get that clipped.
Thanks, Cal. Cheers, Cal. Just to let everybody know, and I get loads of nice comments off people when I go to town matches, and they go, "Oh, we really love your Town Talk Show." Callum will not be making any more appearances on the Town Talk Show. I'm really sorry about that, but yeah, it's just this is the final appearance that he'll ever make on the West Yorkshire Football Show.
Steve, love you really.
He can come back
No,
every
Cal,
Monday.
it's too late, Cal.
He can come back every Monday and do the Huddersfield Town bit at this rate.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm out.
No, so going back to what I was going to say, like there we go.
That's hilarious.
He could be the difference between finishing second and third. The way things have kind of gone at the moment.
Yeah, he could be.
I remember when we were talking about Hellick moving on, what you're kind of, I say argument, the point that you tried to kind of follow up with was that Ruffles, Spencer, etc. had been playing centre half, but they're not centre halves. Nobody can replace.
No, I never said they were centre halves.
No, you didn't. But you said that's what's playing there, and surely playing them there is
very
worse.
strong if my grandma had wheels could do a bike energy. This
is why.
Right,
as a fan, I've been worried about you guys going for Paddy O'Connor because I know there was a bit of a rumour before the window opened, and obviously for us, Paddy O'Connor's out of contract at the end of the season.
Well,
so it would have shocked me had you have gone in for him.
Well, you are safe and sound in the knowledge that everybody at Huddersfield Town has now gone to bed because they've never signed anybody past 10 p.m. on deadline.
I just need my cameras off.
Yeah, Callum's not even doing anything. I mean, Callum before this was. Callum was asleep before this. Right, that's how relaxed Callum was. He had his eyes shut, dreaming of relegation to League Two. So, when it comes to, I agree, I'm not disagreeing with you, Chris. It's square pegs in round holes. But what I'm saying is that Turton and Ruffles and Spencer can all do a job. I don't want them to do a job there, but we ain't got no choice. So if you want me to magic up 3 centre halves, that'd be fantastic. Lomvike's injured, Pearson and Lees are slow, and Pearson just heads anything that moves. Spencer's not a centre back, neither is Turton, and neither is Ruffles. But we can't do anything else.
So I'll put this to Callum then: that this lack of a centre half, if it does cost you, which it might be a spot in the top 2. Or the way that sides below the current playoffs are kind of gathering pace, looking at the playoff places, it falls on who? The management, presumably Cartwright and the likes, that if this season pans out poorly, because you haven't replaced that out-and-out centre half, it falls on the hierarchy, doesn't it, Cal?
It does for me, and I think there's sort of separate strands to that. I think it doesn't fall on one head solely. I think it falls on Cartwright for the recruitment. I think it will ultimately fall on Duff for the tactics if they don't change. I think it falls on a number of heads in the Huddersfield Town hierarchy, and how that's acted upon is, we'll wait and see if it happens, but it won't just be a one-man problem. There'll be a lot to blame for a lot of different people. But we're having this conversation as if we've not known about these problems for the last month, and we're coming out of January having not fixed the problems yet again.
We've known about these problems for the last 2 or 3 years, but the problem is they put them all on decent contracts and then decided not to replace them, and then we got relegated last season. So,
I remember.
Unfortunately, we all remember. Unfortunately, this next summer will be the summer when most of these players that have been with us for 3 or 4 years will be out of contract. Pearson's out of contract. Lees is out of contract. Hellick was going to be out of contract. I think Hogg's out of contract. So you've Ladapo will be out of No, he won't. No, sorry, we shouldn't have signed him. Yeah, I had to bring it up because Callum loves him to bits. But I just think that the next summer will be the biggest reset we'll have seen at Town for a number of seasons. They couldn't have done it in the summer because nobody wanted to buy the players. I mean, nobody's going to buy Matty Pearson for a price. Nobody. They're just going to wait till that type of player is out of contract. And so that's what I was saying to Gabe earlier on in the show when he said, you've got this massive 40-player squad. We have, but you can't. It's not easy to shift a player on. We've been trying to shift Kyle Hudlin on for 2 seasons now. Nobody wants him. Nobody wants Scott I mentioned Scott Cal earlier, right? He's been with Town 6 years, and we
He's
can
still with
probably.
us?
Yeah, he's on loan at Halifax now.
Wow.
But he's in his last year, so he's out of contract in the summer. But he's been with Town for 6 seasons. 6.
Yeah.
It's mental.
What would worry me more is if we start to see players like these getting contract renewals.
Yeah.
Which I'm not ruling out happening towards the end of the season. I genuinely wouldn't put it past this hierarchy, because I can't call them the word that I wanted to call them then, because we're live and it's nice. But I genuinely wouldn't put it past them to try and shore up the squad with some of these out of contract players staying on 1 or 2 year contracts. Although why you need to shore up a 40-man squad is beyond.
They won't do, Cal. They won't. They won't give contracts to some of these players now. They won't do, because they've got to shorten the budget for next season anyway if we don't go up.
Well, if we're in League Two, it'll have to be really short.
Yeah, but we're not going to be in League Two. Stop being daft.
I do think it's a really good point, though, the overall kind of argument that you're making about. I think the general fan doesn't really understand what goes on behind the scenes with regards to transfers, in, out, contracts, locations. Moving players on is not all that easy, especially when you make wrong recruitment decisions, because you sign players that you think are good enough for lower end Championship, top of League One, but then you actually realise that they're actually relegation League One, top of League Two players, and then teams can't afford their wages that they're on. So you're stuck with them. Or you pay them out. So I think it's a really, really good point that you're seeing, transfers not happening. I think same can be said at Leeds. I think we've got a similar version of fans not understanding the reality. And I think that's what you're dealing with. And it does take 2, 3, 4 windows sometimes to go through. That's why the rebuild at Manchester United is a massive, massive task.
Exactly. Well, that's the prime example in it, Jay. The fact that they've gone through 8 managers or whatever, and none of them's got it right. And they've gone through every type of manager. Town have gone through every type of manager now. They've been through a Scottish scaffolder who thinks he can speak German. You've gone through Danny Schofield, a young coach who's a Town legend. You've gone through German Brian Reiter, Neil Warnock, old hat. You've gone through Duff, who's a tactician, Darren Moore, who's boring, and Danny Cowley, who's just Danny Cowley. So
for every decision that's made wrong and every window that goes wrong with bad decisions, the problem escalates even further and becomes even bigger. So,
and that's why we got relegated, Jay. That's why we got relegated.
And you're still within that transition problem of it being an issue. So
and the other thing is, like at Leeds, like you've said, you've got, it's not just managers, it's different directors of football who have different philosophies. Recruitment people, they all have a philosophy of how the game either should be played or should be bringing players in. And the problem is, a lot of the time, those mixtures of personalities don't mix. I really like Duff, but I wish he'd change his system, because for the players that we have at the moment, his system doesn't work. Now, in the summer, they purposely went out and bought Lasse Sorensen and Mikael Miller from Plymouth to be the wing-backs, to work in Duff's system. Well, Miller's been injured, unfortunately, for 5 months now, but he'd start the season really well. Sorensen did all right in the first couple of games, then went off the boil and then got injured. So the system fell apart from in that mini crisis that we had. I know Chris doesn't like that, but that it fell apart in that sort of moment. Duff's managed to get it back on track because he's tweaked the formations. We've had a bit of luck. We've got some decent results out of it. It's results that we've got, not performances. I think me and Callum could probably count on one hand how many times we think Town have played well. Would you say, Cal? Maybe 5?
This season, I think, I was saying this actually. I was saying this the other day, that we've not to say where we are in the league and the results that we've had, we haven't actually put in any decent performance since Bolton away.
Yeah.
The only reason that was 4-0 was, I wouldn't even say that was a decent performance.
No, it was. But that was the best performance of the season. But it was against basically Farmers. Yeah.
Just to bring attention to a potential transfer that would mean a big thing for me and Brownie. not Leeds, but Maxime Esteve possible to Spurs seems to be ramping up. Can you believe that Spurs have got another big injury? Dragerson is out for the season with an ACL, 9 months. I don't know what they're doing to their players down there, but yeah, Maxime Esteve potential.
Same as what we're doing to them in Huddersfield by the sound of it.
I was about to say they must be taking physiotherapy lessons and medical lessons from Huddersfield.
But I said this right. Callum might remember this. I sat in the press conference with Duff and Cartwright at the beginning of the season back in May. And I said to Matt Cartwright in the face, I went, why have we got so many injuries and why do we sign players with so many injuries and the same sort of types of injuries? Do we need to change our medical team approach? Now, apparently, interestingly enough, that has been done in the last couple of months or last month or so. So maybe, hopefully, it will get better. But there must be something that teams do wrong or train wrong or pitches. There must be something to mean certain teams get injuries more because at Town it's ridiculous. Same as
Leeds replaced theirs, didn't they? Jess, this in the summer they replaced a few people, didn't they?
Rob Price was obviously the big one. Rob Price has been our head of physio for 5-6 years, all the way through Bielsa's days, and there seemed to be an ongoing issue with similar reoccurring injuries as well that just seem to keep players out for ages. And then this season, we've got rid of him. He's gone to Derby. We've changed the whole medical team. And not only have the injuries reduced significantly, but the return period of players has been insane. Ampadu and Gruev especially were both ruled out for 3 to 6 months each. Gruev didn't expect to play again, and he came back 2 weeks ago, like 5 months ahead of schedule. It's crazy. So I definitely think there's something in it.
Let me ask Cal. Cal, what do you? I'll get your take on it because I've got my own take. But what do you think to the sort of malaise around Duff, and how do you think that's affecting things? Because the atmosphere in the last 2 home games have been absolutely dire, and I understand that that's down to the football, and I agree with that. But you sit in stand in the singing section, and he's actually one of the louder voices in that section. I mean, what's your with your drum? What's your opinion of the whole sort of? Because I think generally people do like Duff because of his straight talking attitude. I just don't think that they necessarily like his football.
And it's the first time I sort of felt this after this weekend. I watched his press conference and I thought, right, you're saying all the right things and you're straight talking and you're saying what everybody's thinking, but you've said that every time we've had a result like that, and I'm not seeing it change. I'm not seeing.
That's a fair point.
We're still having these results, and for everything that he says, they weren't good enough. We know where we need to be better. Clearly, we don't, or clearly we're letting ourselves slip into making the same mistakes over and over again, because we haven't been at it in a lot of games this season. And the Bolton game at home going into Northampton is a perfect example of making mistakes in one game and not rectifying them for the next game.
The thing that worries me is you get like a striker like Tom Eaves on Saturday being able to bully our defence so easily. And a lot of these teams in League One have strikers like that.
Imagine you had a centre-back like Kellick.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up, Jay. There's this guy behind me. We went to Blackpool, right, early a few weeks ago. And there's this lad called, I'll call him out, Liam, right? And I went with him on the train, and all the way to Blackpool, all I heard is, we're going to be crap because Hellick's not here. We're going to be crap because Hellick's not here. Same in the first half. Yeah, same in the
tell you what, you were bang on, wasn't he?
Get him on this show. Where is he? Did you got his contact?
Did you ask him for lottery numbers?
No, unfortunately not. He was bang on in the first half, but in the second half, he won.
Yeah, because you were attacking.
So we drew 2-2. So I'm trying to find positive, but I think
we're not doing very well.
No. All right, Cal. We've already established that you're off the show in future. Don't worry. You just enjoy your last few minutes.
just before we let you go, Cal, obviously Reading at the weekend, I think it is. Yeah, Reading at the weekend.
Yeah.
Another side who were kind of around the playoffs, but obviously you kind of suffered a couple of losses in personnel with Bindon going today to Forest and obviously lost Sam Smith at the weekend to Wrexham. It seems they are trying to bring one or two in, obviously probably not to the same caliber as the losing. How do you kind of see the game at the weekend going?
It's a difficult one to call that for me, but you know, we always perform really, really quite badly against clubs that have got turmoil either in the dugout or off the pitch. Reading have got some turmoil going on currently off the pitch. Bolton had sacked their manager just before they played us. Always perform really badly against teams that have got other things going on. So I'm not confident, but if I was to look at who they've lost today, it would be quite influential players.
Yeah.
Especially the likes of Bodin he's gone to Forest, hasn't
he? Yeah, Tyler Bindon's gone to Forest, so I mean, the thing is, to be fair, the problem for Reading fans is they'll be getting these fees, and the 2 million reported for Sam Smith, but it seems it's going straight into Dai Young's pocket and not even back into the club at the moment. So you've got to feel ready on that front at least. But overall, then you're not quite as confident as you could be for the game at the weekend.
I'm not, but that might be, you know, the general apathy that surrounds Huddersfield Town Football Club at the moment, because we are fifth in the table, but given the performances and I think a couple of losses on the bounce and Town fans get a little bit of PTSD from last year, and you think, oh well, this is it then. This is the start of the slide. So
it's a crisis, isn't it, Gal? It's a crisis.
It's a crisis. Just a crisis in a different league.
Can I just ask you before we move on? I know we're up against the clock and deadline day coming and whatnot.
Well, we're not, because we can go to 1 a.m. But carry on.
Well, no, close at 11. But you know what I mean. What's the deal with Leyton Orient? Because I know that they were literally rock bottom, and the only reason that this has come up is because they recently signed Sonny Perkins on a permanent, and I just wondered how we were doing. And Leyton Orient are literally on the verge of the playoffs after literally stinking the league out and looking like they were going down. So what
they were?
I know it's not Yorkshire based, but
I think they were bottom of the league, September, October time.
Yeah,
Richie Wellens has been a very good manager at Orient.
He's been a very good manager in the Football League.
Yeah,
he's been a good manager.
Really well.
He did. At Donny, he did all right.
Yeah,
sure he did well at Donny.
But it's just taken time for them, I think. I don't think I don't really think they lost many in the summer either. It's just seems to have taken them time to adjust. And all of a sudden, they are absolutely flying, and obviously right on in the playoff places, aren't they now? So it's
Dylan Markande is there, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he's an awesome little player.
I didn't have them to be anywhere near the bottom at the start of the season. I'll be honest. I thought they'd be like 10th-ish, sort of like something like that. Between 10th and 14th. I had them mid-table. I had them nowhere near the bottom. So like when they were near the bottom, I was like, oh, something's going wrong there. But I always thought Wellens would turn it down just because he's an half decent sort of manager.
Yeah.
I actually think that the lad Nolan at Northampton's, he's not bad, to be honest. Like, he's working with absolutely nothing at Northampton. And that's not just because they've just beaten us. They literally have no money. They've got nothing. And he's
done all right, to be fair. Going back a few years, I think he took Notts County up.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Kevin Nolan. And obviously, he was a cracking player in his day as well. I just want to touch on, there's a couple of comments coming from Jed, who is a Town fan. He's got a few comments in, so thank you for getting in touch. I think he's in Australia. He says morning, boys. From
he is. He's one of our Aussie brethrens. Nice to see you, Jed.
He's down under. Final thought then from Jed. Look, worst case scenario, if Reading were to get the win at the John Smiths on Saturday, how much pressure does that suddenly put back on Duff and even Nagel? I mean, look, we know there's been murmurings from some fans about Duff over the course of the season, wrongly, in my opinion. Where do you two stand on it, though? Should the worst happen on Saturday, Cal?
We don't sack Duff.
How can you sack him?
I've said this for a long, long time. That the worst thing we can do now is get rid of a manager when we're not halfway through trying to rebuild a squad. You know, we're just in this cycle over and over again of change manager. Oh, we'll change system. Oh, well, some players don't fit the system. But by the time we've started to try and implement players into the new system, we sack the manager again.
Yeah.
And the cycle just keeps going. However, I think Nagel's made a sort of a needless rud for his own back by repeatedly going out to the press and saying nothing but a top 2 finish will do. He said it to Radio Leeds. He said that automatic promotion was acceptable and it was the target. And almost without saying the words, he said it was a must.
Naive.
Yeah.
He's a naive, experienced old man. Sorry.
Is he still tweeting much? Does he still tweet?
Naive, man.
Yeah, he still tweets Brownie. He still tweets Brownie.
Yeah.
I think the thing from me, Chris, is that I agree wholeheartedly with Cal, and it's nice that I'm backing Cal up since he didn't back me up. Cal didn't bother to back me up earlier, but I'll back him up now. I think
I
think the fact of the matter is that we can't sack Duff. We just can't. I mean, I know some sections of the supporters, are getting to a point where they're not happy. I mean, I wouldn't say they're Fotheringham sacking yet, but at them levels. But definitely, if it doesn't improve in the next 2-3 games, and we get the same sort of performance as what we have in the previous 4 to 5, then yeah, I can see some sections of the supporters wanting to go. But I think we've got to ride it out. Even if we don't go up, we've got to ride it out. He's got to be given at least 3 transfer windows to sort it out. And the big one is in the summer, like I said earlier. The big massive thing is getting rid of some of these players that are now out of contract, get them off the wage bill, get younger players in. Because I think Duff actually works better with younger players. You look at the Barnsley squad that he worked with, he had a lot of young players in that team. And he worked really well with them. So I think it's more about just get to the summer, even if we don't go up, but then you've got to really go out in the summer and buy big, but build a proper squad that's going to last a couple of seasons under
What's
this
really
manager.
sad about that is that I completely agree with you. But if we don't go up, that won't happen.
Well, it will happen in terms of...
Our knee-jerk reaction will be to sack him, and Nagel will do.
Yeah, that's the knee-jerk. The thing that will definitely happen, though, is a lot of this squad will be released.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
Absolutely.
But I agree with you that the knee-jerk probably will get to, what would you say, Cal? Probably end of March, and he'll probably sack him.
What's Warnock up to?
There were calls for Wagner to come back. Can we just stop getting old managers back? Can we just build a system around a manager that actually works and actually believe in them for once?
I like that we've said that while we're sitting here discussing the potential future of one of our more recent new managers.
That Alexander at City, though, it's the same, isn't it? It's the same exact thing, just on a very smaller scale. And I say that with respect, because Gaz isn't it?
Excellent. Cheers, Cal. Thanks
Thank
for
you, Jem.
Nice one, Cal.
Cheers, Cal. I believe in you. I love you.
I'll
You
be
can
back
come
in
back on the
media,
show.
but
Deadline day dose of enthusiasm from me there.
Cal, you can come back on the show. I forgive you. No
Cheers,
problem.
Steve. Love you.
Love you. Bye.
There we go. That
Cheers,
was
Cal.
Cal. Thank you very much, mate. Well, I'm delighted to say joining us now is Lewis Sale, obviously, but also Sporting Life's Tom Carnduff. Tom, good evening.
Good evening, guys. That was enjoyable to listen to. For the last
I love that I've gone bottom row as soon as Tom comes off. That's great, isn't it?
Tom only belongs on the top.
And
Tom,
also the fact,
exactly.
and also the fact that you didn't, it was a bit of a pathetic introduction for Lou there, wasn't it? I'm sorry about that, Lou. We're excited to have you back as well.
To be fair, it was perfectly fine. I was enjoying some Coca-Cola bottles. Other sweets are available, but the superb.
I'm glad you said Coca-Cola bottles there, because you just said Coke.
For a second, I thought you just whatever gets you through deadline day, Lou. We don't judge.
Don't get it in non-league. Nobody cares.
Tom's got to be back up on the top row as well, because he's. I mean, this will be, I think, your third or fourth deadline day show that you'll have come on to talk deadline day with us, and you've been on the. I mean, you've been on the show for years, to be fair, since the second incarnation. So good to have you on, mate. How's things?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. It's been a fun old season, plenty to talk about. So yeah, good. Even if the deadline day has been, and the whole January windows have not been good. January deadline days have not been good for the last 15 years. Okay, it's just not a thing anymore. But we still get excited, and nothing happens.
I'll be honest. I was in fact, I'm not even slightly. I was really optimistic about today when I woke up. It seemed like there was just going to be quite a lot that's happened or to happen that hasn't really. One or two bits, but not loads.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw the Bristol City statement that went out over the weekend, but they discussed it, and it was a really, really good line in that it's an exciting time for the media, but it's an awful time to do business, and even more so in the FFP age and the PSR age, it's just an awful, awful time, and clubs may well have the money, but they don't have the allowance to spend it, and this is why you just kind of get random loan deals popping up and ways to get around it. It's just it was always an awful time to do business, and it's even more awful now because clubs literally have no wiggle room to play with at all, and nobody wants to then gamble because of it.
And this is why financial restrictions are bad. Sorry, Brownie.
I think we could have a stream next year of really boring transfer deadline day special. Let's not talk about transfers for 5 hours. Let's try that.
I love the fact that Tom's come on at this stage at 10:30 at night, and he's the only sensible voice that we've had that's sort of got us through the day.
You're not listening down there.
We started with Adam Pope, so that's a bit harsh. Right.
No. What I mean is like Tom has finished. Tom has finished the last 3 transfer windows with us and always talked about PSR. I love it.
Well, I'm going to clip that bit up just so I've got somewhere on record saying I'm a sensible voice and not
and that's
get
what
carried
Stephen
away.
Downs did to Carnduff, so good luck with that one, sir, for your CV.
Tom, I'm super interested. I could be skipping over a couple of questions on the boys here, but where do you stand in this line with Leeds United of like, we shouldn't sign anybody, we've got enough, and we really should be filling some of these gaps? Like, because for me, it really does my head in, if I'm honest. Like, I'm sick of hearing about, this team have signed this player, and, that means that we should then be doing business, not taking into any consideration just how stacked our squad is. So where do you sit on it?
I mean, the funniest outcome was winning 7-0 on Saturday, undoubtedly going into a deadline, right? Where all that's been talked about is a number 10 and a striker. And I'm going to give the most boring answer ever, but I am very much 50-50 sitting on the fence. I can see both sides to the argument, right? One, a number 9 and a number 10 in the cliched kind of striker cam tactical forms. They would have been nice, right? But fundamentally, Leeds have got a squad that is significantly better than everyone else. If you ask 24 managers in the Championship who the best side in the Championship is, 24 will say the same answer. There are areas like Brendan Aronson's the only number 10, right? That's still correct. But then equally, there's a balance to be had of not disrupting that and still saying that they're scoring plenty, they're winning games comfortably. And even, this is no fluke. The underlying numbers are all saying it. The underlying numbers are making the bookmakers give Leeds at the best price a 97% implied chance of promotion, right? Whatever you think about that, it's the people that are gambling big money are saying this team is nailed on in our eyes, right? And whether that happens or not is a different matter, but that's where they are at this stage. So you've got the balancing act. And then again, I'm going to say it, but the PSR FFP thing is particularly interesting if you're a team going for promotion, because it's not the £30 million player that comes in and makes all the world a difference. It's the 10, 15 million pound player that you sign just to get you up, and then you're kind of stuck with. Leeds play a system that is one striker, whether they adapt that for the Premier League. I know Farke's talked in the past about changing. Would you want in the Premier League Cameron Archer or Adam Armstrong for that case, or someone of that caliber to be your starting striker? A lot of that's where the conversation goes from being in the Championship to then being in the Premier League. And it's all well and good as saying you could sign them, let's just sack them off in the summer. There's no guarantee anyone's going to buy them, and B, you'll get anywhere near the amount of money that you need to either recover what you've paid from the spreadsheet and the balance in the books perspective, from the PSR, financial fair play perspective, because the worst thing you can do is sell a player at a loss in a very short term. So you've got to think long term, and it's all well and good kind of saying that they need to get there, but it's got to be a factor in the long term planning, because if, when, however you want to view it, Leeds make the Premier League, they're going to have to spend a big outlay on a striker and a number 10, because they are the two areas that they're clearly lacking in. And they're going to have to overhaul the entire striker department, not just one. You know, Joseph, loan spell, really. Bamford will obviously have to go. Piru, people have doubts about him in the Championship, regardless of his goal scoring record. So the unlikelihood is they'll take him to the Premier League. That's a huge outlay of cash. And you've got to factor in today and this window as part of it. You can't then just go, let's spend 10, 15 million here and there on a couple of players that, frankly, we have no need for in 6 months' time. So it's a huge risk not to do it. But then equally, it's a big of a risk to sign a player and it may not work out. So
I wish
that
me,
was exactly my point to Adam Pope right at the beginning of the show. I don't think with Leeds' squad, and this is a knife to my heart, I don't think you need to buy anybody to go up. I would save your money and spend it in the summer, because I just think it's a waste. I think you're not bringing in quality that's going to keep you up. You want to be spending that in the summer. And also, Tom, the interesting point there, what you said about 97%, surely that must be one of the highest percentage points of this stage of the season ever for a team to go up in the Championship. It just has to be. So I can't wait for you to lose to Blackburn in the semi-finals of the playoffs in May.
I wish every fan base saw it like Tom had just explained, because it absolutely drives my noggin. And the argument has been all window that, well, Sheffield United are improving their squad and Burnley are improving their squad, and that's because that they've got Championship squads.
Correct.
That are easier to improve than ours is. Ours is so much better as it is, and the only players that can improve us are Premier League quality players, which then makes them extremely difficult to get because they don't want to come to the Championship. Even trying to forge a deal for a Cameron Archer is extremely tricky because of the reasons that you've just said, but he also wants to play Premier League football. He's clearly towards the bottom end, a Premier League player. So the deal to then get that done is extremely difficult, as it is for all the players that would be in that pool of player, because they will be signing for top flight teams. You know, we look at Emi Buendia, and I do think there was a genuine interest in that. He's ended up going to the German champions. You know what I mean? That's the pool of player that we want to recruit to actually make us better, not Todd Cantwell. With no disrespect to Tom Cantwell, but that's the pool of number 10 that will come to the Championship over going to the Premier League.
Or the lad from Stoke, what's his name? The striker.
Tom Cannon.
Tom Cannon.
Yeah. Tom Cannon's a great example.
He's not going to make you better for staying in the Premier League, is it? You're going to spend
better in the Championship.
No. I agree with you, but my more point is that you need to go into the summer with over resources available. Because the other thing is, you're going to let players go out here. I know Joseph was 10 million possibility going this window. Well, you're going to sell him for more in the summer. You're not going to keep Bamford on. So you're going to get rid of some big wages in the summer as well anyway.
Tom Cannon is a fantastic example, because Leicester went and bought him last year and he wasn't good enough to then help them stay up. So he's ended up coming back to the Championship. So and they paid 10 to 12 million quid for him.
Diaz is another example.
10 to 12 million quid, which would have been beneficial for them to have this summer when they needed to actually improve their squad. So Tom's point's spot on.
And you know what, we said it, didn't we, a few weeks ago on our Monday show, that I personally agreed. I didn't think you should sign anybody potentially on before the window shuts in 10 minutes. But my opinion, I don't think it's bad to set your expectations higher. You know what I mean? Is Cameron Archer going to be good enough to be in a Championship? Yes. Could he do a job in the Premier League? Not proven enough at the moment. If Leeds are well within their rights to now go, actually, we're going to shop another level up potentially when we go up, and actually let's think about what we can potentially do in the Premier League. And yes, you want to survive because the gap's getting bigger and all that stuff that comes with it, but actually you're a club that's got a lot of pulling power. you've got a bit of money in your back pocket after what's happening in pre-season. So actually going out to market and going for a higher tier player, I'd be excited. I don't think it's a bad thing at all.
Let me ask Tom a question that I asked in the chat that me and Jay had a little bit of a conversation the other day, and I think we both agreed, didn't we, Jay, about comparing the squads, right? Tom, at what level of Premier League, in the placings that there are in now, would you say Leeds, comparatively in the squad that they've got now, could compete with in the Premier League? Because an example I gave was, I don't think Leeds' squad is any worse than Wolves' squad, bar Cunha and probably the lad Gomez. But I genuinely don't think Wolves' squad is any better than Leeds. I don't.
I think, yeah, whole squad wise, they're definitely 17th to 18th, because that's as we touched on there, the gap between the Premier League and the Championship is getting so much bigger. And Leeds or Sheffield United or Sunderland, whoever it is that's up next year, is just going to realise this more and more, because the teams that are just above, and now suddenly everyone's getting better. Like Bournemouth, they're now suddenly very good, and they look like they've established themselves as very good. Fulham have established themselves as being quite good. Palace, typical mid-table teams, have established themselves as being really solid. Everton under Moyes, cliche, should sort themselves out. Wolves, who we've just mentioned there, if they don't go down, there's kind of a system in place and the potential there maybe for trouble next year. But they would be around 17th, 18th. But because of the factors that you said there, it's Cunha, it's players like that, it's the luxury players that you can then have, that largely the base of the squad. And I was thinking this the other day, actually, that if Leeds went up, the areas that you'd look at as goalkeeper, naturally, you'd need two fullbacks in. I think as much as people love Firpo, defensively was torn apart last time in the Premier League, and I don't think much has got better. Bogle's an interesting one, because I always interpreted the chat about Bogle when they signed him of he's great to get us up, but at no point did they really talk this long-term project with him. That's kind of the impression that I got on that one. And, you know, for the fee that they'd probably be able to recoup it if they wanted to, or he'd become a squad player. Centre midfield, probably covered. Ampadu would naturally, as your captain, play. Tanaka, Rothwell would probably come permanently. And out wide, you'd be the same as well. You know, Solomon, there'd probably be a permanent deal that's done there. James, great form. And then Ramazani and Nonto arguably are just two better footballers that probably better suited to Premier League football anyway. And it's number 10 and the striker role, which is your big outlay. And then you are in a situation where effectively you're a squad, like we said, that are similar to Wolves. It's just lacking the luxury top end player in Cunha, and that's kind of where I think they're at the moment. The squad would naturally need some slight improvements that come with it, and they're going to have to be quality improvements because of the gap between the two leagues now. You can't just afford to kind of do it. First time Leeds went up, helped a little bit that it was a behind closed doors thing and everything's like training, right? And the pressure's not there. But they could just kick on. They just kept going, and it took the league by storm. You just can't do it anymore. It's the same with Sheffield United. You just can't do it because the gap is too big. So yeah, on the original point, it is that they're about Wolves 17th, 18th currently, and that just shows kind of the calibre of this squad compared to everyone else.
But that's what Brentford and Brighton and, like I said, Bournemouth and Fulham, them four teams particularly, in recent seasons have done so well. They've gone from, Bournemouth. I remember Bournemouth going up, and yeah, they've got Callum Wilson that fired them up there. But now they've got players like Clivert, and all right, you might not think he was brilliant beforehand. He's showing it this season. They signed Philip Billing from us, and people like that. Brentford, they've got Wisser and Mbumo. I mean, anybody would have them in the Premier League. They're just two fantastic players.
They would now. There's been a lot of development that's come with
that. But that's the point, though. Brentford set out very early on as a football club what they wanted to do, and they've achieved it, and so have Bournemouth. That can be the same for Leeds if they want it to be so. But I don't see any squad at the bottom. The Leeds are better than Southampton. They're better than Leicester. They're definitely better than Ipswich. I think they're comparatively better, or can be better than Wolves, and I think they can be better than West Ham. I'll be
I think
honest.
the difference is, though, I think the difference is, Dan, with what you're saying, and I know what you're saying, but when you look back again, the PSR wasn't really in place. You look at the likes of Bournemouth and Brighton, and what they've spent is considerable amount of money.
Yeah,
Don't listen. Bournemouth have done extremely well, but look at the millions of pounds they've spent. That is no fluke of what they've done either. They've recruited well and got a fantastic manager, but there's no way can they go to market, can Leeds and spend the same amount of money as what like Brighton and Bournemouth have done.
No,
that's where the gap is. It is ridiculous, and I mean to finish 17th as a promoted team feels like getting into Europe now. You know, let's be honest. Are Man U going to be as bad as what they have been this season? Questioned out. You know, question that. Will Spurs
I
give
hope
up?
so.
Probably not.
I hope they're worse.
But you see what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. 3-4 years ago, potentially you were able to go out of this league like Fulham did that year and spend 100 million plus and still got relegated. You can't do that now. You just can't do it.
I wonder how big Leeds would go, Tom, if they got to the Premier League. I mean, the recruitment's been so good. I mean, we were chatting with Brownie earlier, and he was saying about how good this recruitment team has been, how successful. Most of the signings have been. I can't think of any flops really. Maybe Jed Spence you look at, but that was only a loan really. It wasn't, not a permanent deal. It'd be interesting to see what I'm excited about is what that recruitment team can deliver in the Premier League. But it'd be interesting to see how much we can actually spend really.
Yeah, the impression I've always had is it would be significant because there's far more flexibility to do so in the Premier League, particularly as a promoted team, and particularly when you're not getting drawn into the battle of, we need to get a loanee with an obligation to buy just to see us up sort of thing. I've always had the impression that they would go significant. They need to get there first, but it is days like today where very little happen that just give you the more flexibility to do so. There's clear ambition. I mean, they constantly talk about the one club city thing, that the stadium expansion and things like that, that they clearly are here for the long haul. They want it to be £1 billion club, which the way the Premier League going, not that hard to think in the future. As long as you're in the Premier League, there's going to be interest. For me, it has always felt like that kind of big project. And as much as the Premier League, the cynical side says, they don't want the establishment to be challenged, as we've seen with Newcastle and Villa make the Champions League and they've got to sell their star midfielder and stuff like that. The potential would be there. The potential would be there. They're under no illusions. You talk about recruitment team. It's not just the players that they've delivered, that there's been an element of not overthinking it, as maybe was the case before. It is Joe Rothwell, very solid centre midfielder. We know he'll play well in this system. That'll do. Ayo Tanaka was a player we're familiar with. The managers recommended him. We will go with him because the price is right on that across the board. Jayden Bogle, probably the best right back in the league. The potential of the deal and the way that's factored in works perfectly for us. Let's not overthink this. Let's not go, actually, we could get someone from, I was going to say the second division of Spain, but that's where Ramazani came from. But you get my drift of then thinking, there's more potential there. Let's just get someone who would do it. So you'd imagine that would translate across the Premier League. And as we've seen with the targets that they wanted, while, you could criticise, as was the case with the previous sporting director and Victor Orta, you could criticise the over-ambition. You've got to play to what is realistic. Equally, they've done this because there is a clear sign that it could have happened. This is how transfers work. Buendia, at some point, they would have been made aware that it could well have happened. Otherwise, you don't waste your time on it. Same with Gustavo Harmer in the summer. Sheffield United were angry about it, but fundamentally, something was said by someone that made Leeds aware that it could have happened. And that's just kind of the way that they're operating. So you imagine when it came to the Premier League, it's just another step up. Those players that they previously wanted, maybe there is interest there, but then you're going to the next level of, okay, who are the tier above that of players that we know would come. And frankly, it doesn't matter who you are in the Premier League. It could be absolutely anyone. If you're a Premier League club, players are 10 times more interested in coming to you. And you've seen it when Leeds went down and the players who wanted to go, they don't care. They don't care where they go. As long as it's in the Premier League or playing in the top flight, could not care less if that team were nailed on to get relegated that season. They just wanted the season in the top flight. But we can talk about it all they want. They need to get there. But at least at the moment, on February the 3rd, which is weird for a January deadline, but it's February the 3rd, it's all looking good. It's all looking good.
I love this idea that some Leeds fans have got in particular, that the club likes to say that do something so they can say that they've tried. Like, it's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, where's
Like,
all that started from? I've noticed that.
In what world would a club do that? These are professional people that are doing a professional job, that are, you know, working in and around this every day. They don't just do it to appease a fan base.
I think it's a Radrazani thing. Remember Radrazani out about, we've nearly signed Cody Gakpo, and then it would clearly just fall to pieces.
The thing is, football transfers nearly happen all the time.
Yeah,
they literally nearly happen all the time. People don't realise this. These conversations are going on all the time. Players are coming, they're on the way, and then they go off somewhere else. Like we heard about Max Aarons last year. You know, we don't hear about that usually, but that happens all the time. I promise you, it does.
Oh, yeah. If you read a transfer rumor of any sort in any publication, it is true. There is some element of truth to it. It's whether or not that deal happens, but X club interested in a player is 100% true. There is something in it, even if it's agent talk or whatever. There is still enough in it to kind of, you know, to have an element of truth to it. It's new player equals good player. That is the thinking, I think, for a lot of this is a new player. He will improve what we have immediately. It doesn't matter who they are. That's just always been the thinking. It's the shiny new toy that kind of everyone wants to play with, and it's just not the case. And I mean, Leeds' policy is essentially, as it now is, wait and see and let dominoes fall into place, so then we can actually get the better standard of player that we wanted. And this happened with Solomon in the summer, that people are looking at Lafay, great signing for Sunderland. Marcus Edwards for Burnley, which is a particularly intriguing one, is exactly what happened with Solomon. Leeds had their high caliber signing. They just managed to get him in the summer, and they've then had half a season with him. And that was only because they were about to, well, I don't know how close it was, but they were closing in on Maxwell Cornet at West Ham. Manor Solomon becomes available. We consider that a better option. And then it happens within the space of 48 hours. So it's definitely not a case of they sat around not wanting to do anything to say we tried.
What an upgrade that is, by the way.
It's the positives and negatives of the way you want to operate. You can say, oh, we do our business early and you get your players in. Well, yeah, but then equally you could take a gamble, wait, see what else happens, and then you get a player that is 2 times better than the original target you wanted. So, you know, you got to take the positives of it, and then you get the negatives, like potentially today or on another day they have a striker comes in, everyone's happy, brilliant, they're going to break the 107 points they're going to get and break the record. You know, it's just how it is that sometimes it doesn't work out that way, and other times it will.
And I think what's been really smart from Leeds' perspective, outside looking in, is you've got people in that building who know exactly the DNA of Leeds. You know how a team wants to play. So, for example, obviously, you've had Gertrude Steinson, who's gone on to kind of the bigger group, but you've had, I think, is it Alex Davis, who's been there as kind of performance analyst. So he's kind of got under the skin of exactly what it means to be a Leeds United player, the strategy of a play, all that kind of stuff. One thing for me, outside looking in as well, is somebody who was involved at my club, Nick Hammond. I think he's been massively influential at Leeds. I think he's been one person who's just steadied the ship there, and I think he's kind of just stabilised things and played it right. But when you're involved in a football club, it's so important to know exactly, not pathway is the wrong word, but almost what that looks like to be a Leeds United player and how that fits into that system, the philosophy that a manager wants to play. What does it mean to be a Leeds United player, regardless of whether you're in the Championship or Premier League? And I think that's where they've been really shrewd with 49ers behind the scenes, is to kind of develop the infrastructure around that to support the players that are going to come in and fit the mould of what they want. And like I say, you look across the signings recently, I know we're speaking at Pope earlier, you've not made many bad signings at all. And it's not a coincidence. It's not a fluke. Once you do your due diligence and you work right, you're going to get good players in.
Well,
yeah, it's not it's not FIFA career mode of just submit bid and here's your player, which I think a lot of people think it might be.
Yeah,
I genuinely think people do think it's that easy. I know you're poking fun there, but I think they think it's that easy.
I have seen League Two loan offers, by the way. Clubs in League Two who do send loan offers to Premier League. And it did blow my mind the first time that it is quite literally like they just go, we will offer this percentage of wages. We will give them a place to live. So it does to an extent, but I don't think at this level, no.
You want to see it at non-league, mate? That's a peak behind the curtain. Good lord, mate.
What do you think of Daniel Farker and him? How he'll get on in the Premier League? Is he kind of up to it? Do you think?
If you go up,
a couple of people. If we go up.
He'll never win people fully over, will he? I think it's just the way it is. If he hasn't already, having taken Leeds to a playoff final, albeit a disappointing one, after frankly a summer of turmoil of were they even going to make the top 6 potentially, you were thinking at one point, and then to have them in a position where they are not miles clear but 5 points clear of third, and frankly looking at the 4 teams significantly better. They just are, and people will agree with that they are, the way they're operating with. It was only a matter of time before someone was going to get an absolute pasting at some point, and it finally happened on Saturday. Amazed it didn't happen sooner, really, just the way they were going. I always find it interesting that, and it's something that stuck with me before they played Chelsea in the FA Cup last season. He did say that he wanted to adapt the tactics for that game to try and play with a system where they know it's not going to be like that if they got promoted, where they are going to be against it. They're not going to have the ball as much. They're not going to control the game as much. And that they would want to kind of adapt the way they play. And he said, frankly, we just haven't had time to do it because of the schedule. We just haven't had time. That was a midweek FA Cup game. We would have loved to have that midweek to work on it. We haven't. And yet you kind of saw the bit of the adapted approach at Chelsea, and they played really well and were very, very unfortunate not to get something from that game. So I think there's been more of a boring element of control to the team, which is a significant tactical shift, I think, this season. Rather than contain and counter, it's effectively been contained but camped in their own half, go 2-0 up as early as possible, and that's it, game over. We're not really interested in playing anymore. So he has spoke about it. And that's always kind of been a little bit in the back of my mind, that I do wonder if Leeds get, I don't know, they get promoted and then suddenly their first game is someone like Tottenham, or after a big summer, or a big 6 club at home, or a Newcastle at home, where it's going to be a tricky game, and suddenly you see an adapted version of it. I'm not too sure, but then equally, if things don't start well, if Leeds go up, then you can't see people being too patient with him, and it will get to September time and people will be demanding a change. I can understand why people aren't particularly happy, and this happened with Maresca at Leicester last season, where fans were complaining it was boring because there was no jeopardy, and at Ellen Road this season it has felt like that. It takes 2 to tango. Teams do not want to come and play, so no wonder it's boring. That frankly, you want to win. Leeds are going, Norwich, they're going 1-0 up after 30 seconds, and fair play, Norwich did give it a go, but after 2-0, and it's happened so many times, Leeds go 2-0 up and they go, well, we've won now. Teams aren't really good enough to kind of trouble them. And that is a significant shift of what he's done. So, yeah, I don't think he'll ever fully get the credit for it, but fundamentally, while he has got a very talented squad to work with, it is just such a dominating level of control, particularly in home games, that it's just staggering. And you can see why he's won this division on more than one occasion, and why at the moment he's got a team in a very good position to do it again.
I also think fans are a little bit unfair in saying that he's like a one-trick pony. Like the way that we played this season is not the same as the way that we played last season. It's not. We've adapted and evolved the way that we played. We're far more vertical. We cut between the lines far more. We're far more varied with where we go with the attacks. We go down both sides. Last season, it was very much funneled through Somerville. The way that the number 9 plays in the system is different this season to what it was last season. I don't think it's fair at all to kind of pigeonhole him as just this one way. And I've said this to Brownie all season. I don't think it's boring. We completely dominate games and turn teams over most weeks. Sure, when we go 2-0 up, could we go and try and score a third more often? Yes. But does it leave us more open to conceding one on the counter? Yes. So I'd rather us just shut the game out and get a clean sheet and see you on to the next 3 points. I find it bizarre, personally.
But if Leeds got a 98 point, yeah. Well, this was funny. They went, actually, maybe that is, there are teams that come, and it finally happened Saturday. They went, actually, you aren't very good. You're going to get it here. They could have happened
Like a-
more
like a-
occasions, really.
Like a school bully. You're
Yeah,
gonna get
basically
it
gone
now.
right.
That's what it
You're
is.
getting it here.
But Tom, I mean, I actually think that we've seen, maybe not quite to that degree because it was very good at the weekend, but I think we've seen performances like that throughout Daniel Farke's 2 years. And the only difference between us winning 2-0 and 7-0 has been the clinical edge in front of goal, to which we had at the weekend. Everything that kind of went into that area, we took away. Whereas sometimes we've missed, or we've hit a post, or a defender's got in the way, or whatever. That's been the only difference. I've seen them performances before.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's everyone kind of jokes about it's the goalkeeper thing whenever an opposition goalkeeper turns up and has a worldie 1 week against Leeds. But it is literally, I think, just a momentum thing that he's getting peppered with such a volume of shots that you save one and your early momentum's going, that even if you concede, you've saved 4 shots in the first 20 minutes and suddenly confidence is high.
Yeah.
And it is a thing. But yeah, you are right that the performances kind of have been there. It's just not been a case of converting it. And then you do get days like Saturday where it finally does click. Although, to be fair, it was a dominating level. The expected goals number was the highest Opta have had. So in the Championship, that is, since they started collecting the data, which I can't tell what the Championship
Hashtag
is,
Farker out, mate. Hashtag Farker out.
It's about 5 point something, which is ridiculously high. Yeah.
Moving on then, looking at some Premier League kind of stories that are happening. Man City getting thumped 5-1 yesterday. It's kind of been quite dramatic, hasn't it? The fall off from Man City this year. Obviously, they've made a big signing today as well. Is it Nico Gonzalez, 60 million from Porto? Are you kind of surprised just how big that drop off has been from Man City this season?
Yeah, God, yeah. I think like everyone else, there was an element of potentially expecting it, because you always kind of do at the top teams that eventually there will be a point. It's how much they kind of fell asleep during the most recent Premier League title, and a lot of the depth being allowed to leave with no replacements. You know, Alvarez being a key one, and then just to go throughout the season going, well, we don't really need that. You need the biggest squad that you can, and as much as Man City's talked about for the amount of money they have, the amount of youngsters that are usually on their bench, and yes, they're very talented youngsters, but for a club that expect to fight on 4 fronts, the depth hasn't been there whatsoever. And now they're kind of hitting this January window, and they're now playing catch up, and it's unusual for them to do so, but it's because they've probably realised they have made an error in not doing it earlier. And that's the significant thing. The depth has just not been there to work with, as phenomenal as that first 11 is. And then you've got your key playmaker in Kevin De Bruyne, who has had injury issues for a long time now, and it's something that they've just not addressed. They can't particularly rely on him at all at the moment. And nobody's kind of come in that I know to say like for like replace him, because he's the best playmaker in the world at his peak. But there hasn't been a plan in place for that. Rodri, again, the backup of the idea of it being Calvin Phillips, that obviously didn't work out at all. They know how bad they are without Rodri. They know how central he is to the system. And again, I know they've tried to address it with kind of transfers that have come in this month and today. But that was something else that was overlooked. And it's kind of like sleepwalking through trophies, and yes, we're having a great time, and a policy that effectively, if you want to leave and go and play football elsewhere, you can leave and go and play football elsewhere. We won't stop you as long as we get a fair price. Too many players have done that, and they've left themselves short in that position. And now this month we've seen it, they're playing catch up, and it's not ideal then when your centre back comes in and has one of the worst 5 minutes of a debut the Premier League has ever seen. And they're now having to look to pick him up and stuff like that. Obviously, you can't foresee that happening. But yeah, it's that combination of factors. It's just not being prepared for this. And even then, though, I think nobody expected a drop-off to this extent. But then equally, if the drop-off of this extent is them still just about finishing in the top 4, then, I mean, I'd love to have a crisis like that.
It's interesting to see them spend as well, nearly, I think with this Nico Gonzalez signing for 50 million, be around 200 million spent in this window.
Yeah, significant. But again, it's the catch-up thing, isn't it? And it's also teams known as there's desperation as well. You know, people know that they need these players, and suddenly you're charging a little bit more. And to be fair, Man City, again, they've got a lot of money, but they don't allow themselves to be outpriced by teams, and they've been very good at that in the past. But yeah, it's you're trying a bit of a, not necessarily a rebuild, but something to that extent in terms of your depth options in a window that is for slight patching up and not rebuild jobs. But they obviously believe that there's something in this season, otherwise they wouldn't be doing it. Obviously the title's gone, but Champions League, yes, they have got a tough draw there, but they clearly think it's salvageable, which is probably why they've acted the way that they have.
That is a draw that you think if they get through that, then they are suddenly back amongst the favourites of the competition. Not that they're probably not already, but you know what I mean? If they can get past Madrid, then it's a massive hurdle to overcome.
What about the Haaland debate? Does he do enough for the team? His kind of overall input? I know Sky Sports have had quite a few debates going about that. Where do you stand on that? Does he need to do more?
I could not care less if he was my striker if he doesn't do anything, because it happened again at the weekend. Half time, he's had 4 touches or whatever. He's done nothing, and then he literally only needs one to pop up with a goal. There is an element of it. Of course, you need kind of the round team play that comes into it, but fundamentally, not to go old-fashioned, but your striker, you wanted them to contribute with goals, and he's doing that to an absolutely ridiculous level. I can see it, the whole system and everyone needing to play a part of it. But then when you have a player of that talent and that goal-scoring prowess, make the system work, make him not need to do anything, which is what they did last season, and it didn't really matter. And this season, obviously, when it's dropped off, then it's exploited a little bit more. But even then, he's still on a ridiculously good scoring rate. And it's the same as Man City's drop-off, that Haaland's in crisis, and yet he's still going to comfortably pass 30 goals. It's not a problem. So it's kind of like City have to adapt to that. But yeah, I wouldn't be that fussed at all if he was my striker, that he could just laze around doing nothing all game, because all he needs is one chance and he's going to convert it.
They're now signing players who can probably do a leave and a bit more running, but he doesn't have to do. You only look at like Gonzalez, Savinho, Mamouche, but they can run a lot more than probably what they've had before. So Haaland, just you stay in the penalty box, mate. We'll do all the running for you.
Mamouche screams secondary striker that they're going to play at number 10-ish, but for that reason, you need to do the work, mate, because he ain't moving. Right? He's just gonna. The ball's going to fall to him, and he's going to score twice, and we all just let him do it. Okay?
Yeah.
It's like, the best kid in the playground. It's his ball as well, so you kind of got to let him do what he wants. Sort of thing.
It's like on Ted Lasso when they signed Zava.
Yeah, it's exactly a great comparison.
And that is my best contribution for the entire night.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about Matis Tell as well. Going from Bayern Munich to Spurs. For a start, tell us a little bit about him from what you know, because he seems bloody highly rated. Allegedly turned down Spurs a few days ago. Finds himself back there on deadline day and agreeing to go.
Yeah, that's probably the first thing you've got to say, that he's coming back into it with a bit of an apology, isn't he? Sorry about that. Actually, Arsenal and Man United didn't want me in the end, so I am here. Sorry, everyone, about that. Again, limited time for Bayern Munich when I've seen him, but very lively, I think, in terms of you'd imagine who the replacement in the squad would be for obviously Timo Werner, that's just not worked out for him again at this, but dribbling, pace, strong in the air as well, actually, which you don't typically get for players that are a bit more mobile. But that's something that he brings, and it's the flexibility as well. It just feels like, as much as the other interests maybe died down, and that's why you can see why there was some interest in him coming once he'd spoken to Postecoglou, because the way that they play, obviously attack-minded, will suit him anyway, but it's the quickness of the attacks that he should, in theory, really thrive in, particularly if they put him out potentially, I don't know, on the left. They move Son centrally. I'm not entirely sure how they go about it, but a really solid kind of Spurs-esque signing under Postecoglou, that not only will he contribute in attack, but it's the way that system plays. And we just spoke about, obviously, a system with Haaland and stuff like that, that the pace in which he wants to play just seems to go hand in hand with how Spurs operate and how quickly they break forward. And it's the flexibility as well, that pretty comfortable playing anywhere across the forward line, should be a starter most weeks for them. And for them to have that buy option in the deal as well, which didn't seem like it was going to happen, that's a positive as well, because I could very easily see this being a move that does work out for this season. even if Spurs' campaign is one that ultimately finishes in maybe 12th in the league.
Any talk what that fee is?
45 million.
45, 50 million, which, I don't know, modern day forward going, if he hits the ground running in the Premier League. I think it helps having 6 months in the Premier League or 4 months or whatever it'll be in the Premier League, because again, there's slight hesitancy with Bundesliga players and the Bundesliga tax that comes with kind of signings. So be able to see him not only in your system but in the Premier League as well is a big plus.
They've looked a bit desperate, aren't they?
I was just going to say that, Jay. I think it feels desperate. 50 million for a player of that age, relatively unproven, with a lot more areas that Tottenham need to strengthen. I think that's a big, big risk.
Danzo,
it's an option, though, isn't it?
Danzo, the centre back. I mean, Wolves were pretty much done that deal, and then Spurs come in and nick it. I mean, it's just a way. Like I say, it just feels desperate.
When we're talking PSR, 50 million on the books. He's not cheap.
That's only an option, though, isn't it? They might not take it up.
Yeah, that at least it's kind of a try before you buy thing, isn't it? And yeah, it's not an area that they need to strengthen in. I would say Danzo does feel a little bit like that. I'm not a huge, keen, avid follower of the French league, but from what I've seen him at Augsburg and then obviously Southampton, that feels a little bit like new player equals good player, and just a desperation to get bodies in, and particularly on the back of all the injuries they have anyway. But then Dragusin obviously doing his ACL and being out long term as well. It just felt like, just get someone. If he's available, we think he will do a job. And it is, don't worry about potential. The line is, do a job. Does he do a job? Yeah, maybe. Get him in, he'll do. And that's pretty much that one, I think.
Right now, it's better than, it's a case of, is he a centre half? Thick, because otherwise it's actually great at centre half. And don't get me wrong, he's done well there, but he's not a centre half. So it's the basic thing of getting round pegs in round holes, isn't it? To fit the positions.
I find it crazy that the fact that they've had to rely on Archie at centre back this season for a fair chunk of this campaign it's just terrible recruitment, isn't it? Really, I mean, I know they've had injury issues, but come on.
Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but Leeds should have played Archie Gray at centre-back, as it turns out. But Connor Roberts at right-back kept Ampadu in midfield, and they probably would have won the playoffs.
Who knows?
Hey, what Jed Spencer's doing well now, isn't he? Jed Spencer's doing really well, isn't he? He's like man of the match the other day and everything. He's come on leaps and bounds.
I wonder if there was a bit of a talk from Postecoglou with him after, obviously, the lead spell that went wrong. And, he seems a very good manager, Postecoglou, and, it probably would have been no kind of messing around and mincing his words on where he's probably at in his career. And the talent was always there, wasn't it, with him? I think obviously the Leeds thing didn't work out, but it wasn't anything to do with performances, was it? So it's good to see. It's good to see that it's working out, and particularly another one like every single Spurs player who's not playing in their actual position. So fair enough.
Another thought. Sorry, Chris. Go on.
Go on, Brownie. We might be going the same place here.
No, I was just going to say another former Leeds player, Jorginho Rutter, took a bit of a beating at the weekend playing in midfield for Brighton, bizarrely, and they got walloped. But Nottingham Forest, story of the season so far, and a bit of a sliding doors moment. Nuno linked with Leeds, obviously, when Marsh left, and it didn't quite happen. And I mean, they're just it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really interesting, Nuno's coaching philosophy change, and it all came about, didn't it, on the back of the Tottenham sacking, that he went away to Saudi Arabia and basically redefined his coaching philosophy and accepted that defensive, boring, rigid football, probably isn't going to cut it anymore, and people aren't that interested in him. So to go away and then go, actually, I'm going to change my approach. We're going to kind of go to what was a predominantly 4-2-3-1 counter-attacking / attacking when we can be style football. It's been wonderful to see. And Forest, my expectation for them, and I was looking back at our pre-season predictions that we did on site and stuff like that, and I think I had Forest about 13th. I thought, okay, they'll be all right under Nuno. Everything's looked quite good since he's come in. To the extent of this, nobody. I think even the most diehard Forest fan, that cliche of even they wouldn't have seen this coming, but absolutely remarkable. And, you know, for all the talk of Man City's problems and Chelsea stuttering, and I know they won tonight, that Forest quietly going about their business, they're now 6 points clear of fifth. Fifth might even be a good enough for a Champions League spot at the moment.
Yeah.
So they have absolutely thrown themselves into contention. And title race talk was always going to be difficult, wasn't it? But they're going to be disappointed if they're not playing in the Champions League next season. And that just shows the element of how far they've come.
How have they done it though? They seem to have defied kind of the model for you know, you look at Brighton, you look at Brentford, you go, oh, well, they recruited really well. They did it. Forest, it was just like they came up, signed 30 players, and just kind of, you know, lurched about a bit, nearly got relegated, and then all of a sudden third in the league. I'm like, how have they done this? This is not how it's supposed to be done.
There's an element of Nuno's Wolves to it. And I know we say about adapting the coaching philosophy, but in attack, I mean, look, big striker, Chris Wood, that was the Raul Jimenez, quick wingers that they can then get the ball into the striker. Helps that, I think, again, much like everyone, to be fair, at Forest, but like Anthony Elanga's kind of hit a new level that we weren't particularly expecting. So there's a lot of similarities there, to be fair, in how he's built up that team. And it's the tactical flexibility as well to go, like we saw at the weekend, and we have been, to play a 3-5-2 if he wants to not be afraid to go 4 at the back out of possession. And again, just not being afraid to go, we're not that fussed by having the ball because we know our ability to break forward at pace is the best in the entire division. So it's that combination of factors, but it is kind of interesting to see the comparisons between his side and the makeup of that Wolves attack, when obviously they did very well, overperformed expectations getting into Europe, even if Nuno's changed his kind of core coaching philosophy.
Morgan Gibbs White, man.
Well,
I was just getting. I was watching him the other day. I watched the 7-0, and his elevation, it's just been surreal, and the way that he carries himself as well now. You know, the confidence that he has in himself, and the attitude and everything. I just think has just come to a new level, and Nuno's got to take a lot of credit for that. And he, you know, Morgan Gibbs White himself needs to take a lot of credit for it as well. I think top player, what a player.
And also, I know he's injured at the moment, but Callum Hudson-Odoi, like we've gone from, like, I mean, his world has just been mental, because it wasn't that many years ago in the grand scheme of things that he was being linked with moves to Bayern Munich as a teenager. Obviously, from Chelsea, obviously never happened. He kind of stagnated there, and since that move to Forest, he's kicked on leaps and bounds.
Oh yeah, it's staggering. I mean, Hudson-Odoi, Elliot Anderson's another one who knew was talented. Jesus Christ, you don't realise how
one for Lou. That hurts.
That stings, does that one?
I didn't understand it.
Realise how good he is until you're watching him like there, and you go, Jesus Christ, actually, he is brilliant.
Yeah, he was phenomenal for us. It was, well, we've nicknamed him and still is the Jordi Maradona. We loved him, and we had to do it for PSR. That was simply it. We didn't want to let him go. We're trying to get rid of other players, and he was the one that we knew that you could get the dollar for. But he's a talent. He should be Champions League. He's quality Champions League in the next 5 years consistently.
I have a Megnuts t-shirt from Soccer IM, courtesy of Elliot Anderson, who was commentating on an FA Youth Cup games some years ago, back when Soccer IM were doing the t-shirts from getting Megnuts into commentary.
Get it. That's a good bit of memorabilia now. Soccer IM's gone as well. I would say Forest as well, though. The Murillo Milenkovic centre back pairing has been unbelievable.
What a signing! What a shrewd signing Milenkovic has turned out to be.
You know what? Maybe it is as simple as, maybe we overcomplicate stuff, right? That Forest struggled to defend set pieces last year, and they went, okay, get a big presence in Milenkovic at the back, a 6'5" centre back who's good in the air, and it could simply solve it as much as that. But him and Murillo together have been absolutely phenomenal. Sells in goal as well. And
that stings as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh God, yeah.
He was on Newcastle's books, wasn't he? And
yeah.
Just, what? I mean, Lou.
Chris Wood was on our books as well. Yeah, that stings as well. Cheers, boys. Thanks.
To be fair, Lou, did Sells get much game time at Newcastle?
No.
Or was he just on the bench?
No, he didn't play much. He was on the bench and then went back, and now he's showing us what he can do. We knew when we signed him for a couple of games, we went, he's all right, him, and then, never saw him since.
Maybe he's when all these PSR transfers were happening in the summer, if you remember, where everyone was signing random players for everyone else, and everyone's going, hang on, what's going on here? This is probably why I and others don't work in football. Because I went, oh, right, okay, this is what's going on, is it? They're just selling players to this club, let's get it on the books, let's tick it off. And then you've been watching them all season ago. It's absolute bargain. They should have paid them more. This is
I think that's the
phenomenal
most
business.
impressive thing. It's the most impressive thing about it, minute, because like we say, we've gone through the names there and we're all going, oh, we thought they were going to be good at some point, but never really kicked on. And Elanga and Hudson Odoi, well, they're all now proving the potential. Gibbs White were one of them as well. You're thinking there's something in there, but it's not really up to, we're not too sure. They're all coming of age now, and it's perfect. It's just a really, really good situation to be in when all the players that you're expecting to do well are doing it and hitting it right. So, in some respects, you do look, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but you start thinking, well, it might not be a coincidence because they're actually blooming good players.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
I've got one more Prem thing that I want to mention, but the best question of the night has come in from somebody watching on Twitch. No username was left. What are you talking about? That's the best question. That we've been wondering that all night, to be honest. But thanks
we got to 1,600 subscribers. Can I say we have got to?
Get in there.
Well done.
Excellent. Worked.
Thanks, Tom, for the sub. Cheers, mate.
No username was left.
The final Prem team that I'll touch on just before fantasy football is Aston Villa, because we couldn't kind of go through this without talking about Rashford, and their window has been interesting. They've gone for big names, to say the least. Rashford, Marco Asensio, of course, has come in. Another after Axel Disasi. It's been an interesting window for Villa. What's your take? Because I know from a chat we had before you could join us earlier on, Lou and Jay not as impressed by their window as I am. I mean, I'm not. I think it's interesting. Put it that way. What do you make?
It's very Football Manager, is what I would say. If you list them out, it's a very Football Manager in the future. When you're playing like Football Manager 15 or something like that, and then you get to about this stage, and then these sort of transfers happen, and you go, okay, Villa getting here, right? Okay. Yeah, it's tricky. It is actually tricky to talk about Villa's kind of transfer window, because at one point it was looking, again, they're close to the PSR, FFP line, whatever you want to call it. They have to delicately balance it. I think, consider the circumstances.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, considering the circumstances, obviously, and then John Duran goes for a big, huge fee, which helps. I think they've done all right out of it. So the level that they're at and where they're at, and battling in the Champions League and trying to battle to the top end of the Premier League, that Rashford's going to be an interesting one. And I think, again, he'll be someone that they will talk to about kind of where his career is going, and the expectation that he would have been at Man United his entire career. That might not be the case, but he has got a lifeline at a good level in Aston Villa as well, who are, as we say, playing Champions League football at the moment. And they will be, and he'll be able to play Champions League football when those next round of fixtures come around. Asensio, not overly fussed as him as a player, but he has been around winning teams often and has won a lot of things being around some good winning sides. So he'll bring a lot to that as well. Daniel Marlon is all right. When I've seen him, all right, I'd categorise him as, but versatile, which...
Yeah.
When you consider Buendia going, Philogene, who, not overly surprised he went, it felt like they just kind of did the option to kind of bulk out that side. But to have someone like Marlon, who you could comfortably put anywhere really across the forward line and know that he'll give you a 6.5 at least out of 10 performance, and that's fine to kind of get through the game as long as it enables others around. I think it's fine. I think it's perfectly fine for where they're at. It's just where Emery plans on utilising those players. Is he thinking of Rashford as Duran's replacement, and he's going to play him as a second striker, or is he going to keep him out on the left? But then, what do you do with someone like Jacob Ramsey, who has been in really good, solid, recent form? But it's a nice problem to have. I think that of those players that have come in, I don't think really any of them would be displacing starters, would it be fair to say, in any way, because you start a lineup of Watkins, Rodgers, great season, Ramsey, McGinn potentially on that side, Bailey on the other side. You kind of wanting starters if you want, but ultimately it's
Improves the
still a
depth.
very solid attack, and it gives them a really good bit of depth and options to play around with. So I think you'd rate it a 7.5 out of 10. I think for Villa, which it could have been a lot worse, because I think at one point in the window you were thinking they were going to seriously deplete their options, and if they get Axel Disasi, which I've not been following since we've been on, but it was going to happen beforehand. It's the centre back depth that comes in there, and he probably is a step up from Diego Carlos. So I think they're in a better position than they were when they entered the window. Which that's always the aim, isn't it?
So you can ask for it, isn't it? You just be in a better position at the end of the window than where you were at the start of it, I guess.
Yeah, and particularly with the players that were going to go, Buendia wanted to go and get football elsewhere. Philogene managed to get to kind of cash in there and get him moved on. It's one of those, get to the summer and reassess the situation then. Basically, they've done the January window as the January window is meant to be, and patched up and improved in areas where they need to.
Finally, then, Fantasy Premier League. What's your take on how it's been?
Just before that, and just before, because I need to drop off, Atlanta have confirmed Emmanuel Attila, which I think is a big one for the championship. 22 million quid. That's mad money, but that's what you have to pay in it for even a top championship striker now. But they have replaced him with Iheanacho, which was earlier on in the day, and Illing Jr., who has played in the Champions League this year. So interesting moves from Borough.
Illing Jr. is a cracking signing, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Really good signing.
I'd love to know the ins and outs of how that came about. I know he's not been starting every game at Bologna, but he's featured in all of their Champions League games. I mean, he scored the winner against Dortmund less than 2 weeks ago. Like,
how do you sell it to go from that to the Riverside?
It's I just don't understand Borough, and I never will. And it's happened again tonight, where I've gone, I think they'll probably win tonight, and they never do. And then every time you look, you think that they're going to win every week, and you fancy them to win every game, and then you look at the table and they're 7th, or they're always just outside the playoffs. But it's not sure on Iheanacho. I'm still not totally convinced, but as I said, they're the other phenomenal signing. And they've done well to get Latte Laugh both a huge fee and crucially out of the league as well, so it doesn't really kind of come back and bite them a little bit, because you could have easily seen someone else potentially looking if the price was right.
He's not really that well thought of over in Italy. He has been over there before and struggled through the leagues and kind of stepped up to a point then where Middlesbrough took a bit of a gamble.
It's MLS, Atlanta.
Oh, is it Atalanta?
Atlanta.
He was at Atalanta.
He was at Atalanta. My bad.
This confused us in the office. Genuinely, we were talking about this the other week, right? He was at Atalanta. He is now going to Atlanta.
United.
I hope he's aware that he's going, and he's not enjoyed his time so much, and he's misheard, and he's gone, brilliant, had a lovely house back there.
That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Anyway, what a strange move for his career then. That's where the money goes, I guess. But
there we go.
Crazy. Anyway, boys, thank you so much.
Mr. Booker, thank you very much, sir. See you on Wednesday.
See you Wednesday.
Take care, Jay. Thanks for coming on and joining us. Tom, very quickly before
you know why he's disappeared, by the way? Can I just say why he's disappeared? He's bottom of our fantasy football league.
He's absolutely just done one at the right time.
Just checked, and he's bottom, by the way.
Yeah, I was checking.
And the forfeit for Jason is, sorry, what was that again?
Chelsea shirt?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I thought so. He has to wear a Chelsea shirt if he comes bottom of the league. I mean, I'll be honest, I am delighted that he's bottom of the league because I'm not that much ahead of him. Fantasy Premier League, though, this year, is it me or has it just been a bit of a... your big hitters haven't been doing the big hitting things as they usually do in previous seasons, so it's been a bit, odd.
Yeah, it's been rubbish. I've hated it. I think everyone else who plays it has hated it, and for that exact reason. I kept Haaland for too long. I finally bit the bullet weeks ago. I went, you know what? If he scores, he scores, but it's going to enable me to actually, get like Palmer, get Isak. It's basically going to enable me to have 2 premium players for the price of 1. It has been a tough season, and I can't really get my head around it. Partly because of that. Partly, I think Saka's obviously had injury issues, but maybe not to an extent that we thought we'd kind of get from him. Heung-min Son's another one who hasn't really hit the heights that we expected. Haaland, as we spoke about there, not the top scoring forward. Earlier in the season, Duran took points off Watkins, who was a popular pick. So I think there's been a whole host of factors which have played into it. And if you are doing well on fantasy this season, it's particularly strong achievement. And if you're not, then you're like everyone else because it's just been so tough.
This new chip that I think has been brought in to
Yeah.
affect this manager thing, where do you
Yeah, what
stand
is
on
it?
it? And more importantly, how the hell do you use it?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, Jesus. Like it was so exciting I wonder what it could be. That, and the fact that they said it's going to be in the second half of the season. So okay, here we go. This is going to be like a triple or double points your entire team or something, a real
Yes.
game changer for leagues, and you're thinking, okay, here we go. It comes out your budget, right, which is a bit
of a problem.
Yeah. You get them for 3 consecutive game weeks, though. And you get points for every goal, every win, and you get significant bonuses if they beat a team sitting 5 places above them. So as great as it is to go for like Arne Slot because you think, okay, Liverpool will win the next 3, you could gamble on, say, David Moyes as the assistant, and then if they then go a team in 16th, then go and turn over the team in 9th, you're basically trebling your points, I think it is, for a win in that game week. I think the reaction, it's fair to say, I would say mixed, but I think it's been largely negative. People have kind of just gone, oh, yeah, that's it. Is that it? Oh, okay. Well, fine. I suppose I'll play it at some point. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm not entirely sure if it will return for next year. It's been an experimental period of FPL because obviously the challenge they introduced as well. This new chip has come in, but I think in terms of priority of when people will play it, if they haven't played it now for the novelty, I think it might get towards the end of the season. They go, oh, I've still not played that. I'll just play it now. Oh, I've got 0.6 million left. I'm going to get whoever's now managing Southampton in March, and they're going to get me nothing, but at least I've played it. So yeah, I'm not a fan. Not really factoring it too much into my planning, but yeah.
Can I also say as well, when you're playing a chip, make sure you save it because I went to Captain Salah, and I'm sure I pressed save. Clearly didn't press save on his double game week. Look what he goes and does.
Yeah,
so that's a tip for you. Make sure you hit save when you use it.
Yeah, I triple captained him, and he's on 48 points for me with a game to play.
Oh,
if
brilliant!
If it doesn't make you feel any better, that at least one of us did. So
brilliant! Cheers, mate.
That's the other thing I was going to mention. Actually, is am I right in thinking that this midweek, obviously they've got Everton. This is the only double game week for the remainder of the season scheduled, I think.
Confirmed, yeah. We'll obviously know the Carabao Cup finalists. That will be that weekend as well. That will obviously move 2 of them onto a double game week. FA Cup involvement late on as well. I don't think there's a full round scheduled, but there will be more. Effectively, it's just that you could play it safe, knowing that Liverpool and Everton, you could play it safe this week and go, okay, I'll use it because I know they do. But there will be teams who will have double game weeks. Obviously, Liverpool, potential for them is that they make the Carabao Cup final. If they turn it around against, they've not got Newcastle, the other one, Spurs. That's it. If they turn that round against them, they will. Equally, Spurs get it. If not, Newcastle, Arsenal. The only thing on Liverpool was, I think theirs may well fall into a double game week of the available game weeks that they played Arsenal away. They play someone really, like 2 really tough away games is the only thing with that. And I know they obviously played away this week, but that's the only thing on that one. But there will definitely be more. It's just a case we obviously don't know when or where because we don't know the teams that are involved until those cup finalists are sorted.
That does give me some hope because I had slightly forgotten about that potential outcome. I was like, oh crap, I missed because there just doesn't seem to have been dual game weeks this season so far. Where I think last season there seemed to be every 3 weeks seems to be a double game week for somebody somewhere along the
Yeah.
line.
And then obviously you're going to get to April time and the FA Cup semi-finals come around. So you are going to get double game weeks late in the season when they reschedule those games. So there will be
shine.
There will be more, yeah. I mean, the ideal would be it's like Liverpool and we're all got Liverpool players and we're all having a great time. But yeah, we don't know.
We don't. Well, cheers, Tom. Thanks ever so much for coming on. And I mean, I appreciate the fact that you've been with us for about an hour or so. So it's greatly appreciated. We've got
no
through
worries.
the window, and in the end, all the great deals actually happened. That, I've seen absolute apart from. And it's a pour into a window when one of the headlines is Jeffrey Schlupp goes to Celtic on loan. And
Yeah.
I expected more. That there doesn't even seem to be any talk of deal sheets being in or anything. It just seems to
No, there's no talking.
ended with a proper whimper.
I was so disappointed the Craig Dawson Connor Cody swap deal it fell through.
What the hell was that even about in the first place? Like, why? That is the most pointless swapping I've ever seen, apart from the fact that Cody's got history at Wolves,
But it was a swap deal. You don't see them anymore.
True.
So that would have been exciting to see. But again, that being one of the highlights of the day, again, outlines the transfer deadline in January particularly has not been good in around 15 years, would be my guess.
Teams are too smart these days. Come on, get the chaos back.
Someone needs to be. They've got too many analysts and analytics and data. Just bin that off. We need someone just to go, we're going to go with gut feeling. And we're just going to have a day where, like an FPL chip, you play it and all your rivals can't use data to sign anyone on that day.
Well, exactly.
That would be good.
Just want to... Paula Knights, as a barber, this is the best show on Twitch. It has every stage of beard growth.
Is this the organising of the squares as well? Because if it's deliberate, you can play the blinder.
There we go.
It's been a long night with very little actually happening. So it's been good to have all the guests we've had on. But thank you, Tom.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Thank you very
coming
much,
on
Tom.
and spending the last hour or so with us.
No worries. Cheers, guys.
Thanks a
Much
lot, Tom.
appreciated, mate.
See you later. Bye-bye.
There we go. We'll get Tom back on at some point in a not too distant future, hopefully. And yeah, I mean, in windows gone by, Brownie, there's been you, me, and Jay that are kind of sat around at this point, and we've sat for another hour or an hour and a half, sort of thing. I think there was one week about 1:15 waiting for Jaden Anthony to sign for Leeds on loan.
God, yeah, what was that one? Yeah, because it was the Sinistera one, wasn't it? Where Sinistera had been and I think
that must have been the summer before last, surely.
Yeah, and I can't remember if it was. Did we stay up for the Jaden Anthony part? I know Sinistera was gone. It kind of happened.
Yeah, I think we did.
Because we only realised about kind of 10 o'clock or something that Sinistera was going. So then me and Jason were like, hey, hang on, what's going on here? Because he'd left the training ground earlier telling fans, no, I'm staying. It's fine. I'm going to be here. And then all of a sudden he was like, agreed to deal with Bournemouth. And I do think, oh God, if we'd have kept Sinistera that last season,
that could have been the one.
Yeah, that could have been the one. But yeah, brutal to lose a player like that on the last few hours of the window.
One more thing I want to mention as well before we go is if people haven't seen, they need to go and look at Burnley, their Twitter account for the announcement.
They do bangers all the time, don't they?
They've got a great record, to be fair. They've put two absolutely brilliant ones. The Friends one that's been doing the rounds, and then they've signed the lad from Ajax as well in the last couple of hours. And they've used The Truman Show, which is a fantastic film for a start.
Yeah.
And they have absolutely nailed the announcement video for that one. And then also for In-Betweeners fans, Charlton Athletic have had two blinders today with In-Betweeners clips used in announcement videos for, I think, Alex Gilbert and Tom McIntyre as well, who's joined on loan from Reading. His announcement video happened, I think, about 9:30, 10 o'clock-ish. And that is another belter.
Yeah.
I mean, can you remember? Thing is, can anyone remember transfers anymore that didn't have announcement videos? Because that just seems to be the norm now. At some point, people are going to run out of references and clips to use for these videos, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm trying to think of really good Leeds ones. I'm trying to think if Leeds have done a few good ones. I can't remember any though.
I mean, I remember back in the day when was it Brian Robson was paraded with Middlesbrough, but he was in like the full kit, holding a scarf at Riverside, social media videos, and that just seems like a million light years away.
Do you know the one that always stands? The one that always stands out to me, it's not an announcement video or anything, but just like the sheer kind of notoriety of it was Alan Shearer 15 million to Newcastle. That is the one where I'm like that. I remember at the time that was mind-boggling. 15 million pounds at that point was like crazy. World record fee, best striker in the league, going home. It was just Kevin Keegan, all that. It was just that was fantastic. That was
I remember
brilliant. I loved
watching
that.
the Michael Owen unveiling at Newcastle as
Oh
well
yeah,
on Sky
yeah,
News,
yeah.
Sky Sports News. In
Yeah,
in the stadium when they
Helicopter
unveiled
version.
him, and he was there with keep
That
up
went
with
really
etc.
well. Yeah, that went really well. I remember the Shearer one because actually, ironically, we were up there at Newcastle. We didn't actually get to the actual announcement, the reveal of him at St James's Park around the back of the Leeds end where he paraded in front of the fans. But we were there a couple of days later on in a few days, and we're walking around doing a bit of a tour of the stadium and stuff because we're up there in town and got family from there, and looked outside the car and outside the stadium, and it was actually my mum went, "Oh, there's a Jag there with like a personalised registration plate." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that looks familiar." When is that Alan Shearer's? I'm like, it can't be Alan Shearer's because why would he park his car outside St James's Park? Like it's a bit too obvious. So anyway, got as a young kid football under my hand from club shop, ready to go home, and next minute Alan Shearer walks down the steps. I absolutely not kid you, and I just went, "It's Alan Shearer." Like we were literally from here to like just a few steps away, and I went, can you have a ball?" And within, honestly, about 30 seconds, I was the only one there, and there must have been at least 50 to 100 people within a space of 30 seconds. Just came from any nook and cranny from the Hadrian's Wall, pretty much came out to come and see it. But it was unbelievable. It was like, hang on a minute, Alan Shearer just walked out of nowhere, like completely unexpected. So yeah, I remember that really well.
See, that's when football made sense. The good old days.
Before it went completely nuts.
Yeah.
Few more minutes. We'll see if we can eke it out till midnight and call it at that. I mean, Jed's back on.
Why
He
not?
says he's in Australia. He's been and taken my dog for the walk, mowed the lawn, been to the gym, had some swimming, and we're still here. We are indeed
Jed.
for a few
We
more
are,
minutes
Jed.
at least.
We are, Jed.
A couple of questions
Absolutely.
then. Firstly, for both of you. I mean, look, I'm going to start with you on this one, Lucas. You know, you've been a little bit negative about some clubs' windows, like Villa. Which club do you, not just from our area, but on the whole, do you think has actually had a really good January transfer window? If there was any clubs that stand out?
Wowzers, you put me on a spot there, to be honest.
I mean, it's one of those City who've kind of Man City have had to go in and spend the money because of how poor they've been of late. But I'm not necessarily sure if that makes it a good window. City have gone for unproven, whereas I would argue that Villa have gone for players that have, at least at some point in their career, had really good spells. Asensio, as Tom alluded to, won things with Madrid and Champions League with Madrid. Obviously, Rashford has had good seasons with United, scoring 25, 30 plus goals.
Yeah.
Whereas for City, it's all a little bit unproven. We saw the 20-year-old centre half at the time of the era, but then actually, to be fair to him, after that era, had a very good game, I thought, against Chelsea. And then Nico Gonzalez, he's a good player on the face of it, but we don't know much about him. It's not very proven. Whereas there are, at least in the Villa ranks, proven seasons for them players that have signed.
Yeah, I think from a Premier League perspective, and I know sometimes I can look really deeply into things, as we all know, but I actually sometimes think from a team perspective to have a good window, it's actually probably not losing your key players. I'm looking at the likes of Brentford, who've managed to keep in Mbeumo and Vissa. I think it's big. I think that's a real, that's a tip your hat off, because they could have quite easily left Brentford and gone somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like you said, Man City have put their hand in the pocket and gone for it. I think there's an element of a short-term fix, but I actually think the way that the orchestrating the team and they're wanting to structure it is probably looking in the next 2-3 years. Whether they're as strong as what they have been in recent years is up for debate, but you can tell that they're basically just going for pace, aren't they, in that final third, quite different from what they've done in previous years. We've seen with Pep in years gone by where he's played with that false nine, not even a striker, and now he's just buying pretty much a brand new front three, isn't he? So that's a very different aspect of it. I think we keep saying it though, about PSR, that hurts teams. You know, I'm looking at my team at Newcastle. Lloyd Kelly's gone on loan to Juve with an obligation. Miguel Almiron's gone, and that's going to hurt. So is it a good transfer window for Newcastle? No, because we've not been able to replace it. And you've still got Callum Wilson and Harvey Barnes on the injury list. I think Man United have had a shocker of a transfer window. I do. I think there's key areas that they could have had a short-term fix, and a club like Man United probably does need to plug some of them gaps. But I actually think rightly or wrongly, they look weaker. Yeah, they look weaker to me, despite what people, and they may not been playing week in, week out, but Rashford is a better option than maybe what they've got when he's on his, when he's playing. Anthony, I know he's not done very well, but he's arguably stronger than an academy kid. Amingos wins man at the match at the weekend, albeit one game. So you look at it from a squad perspective, not as strong. I think across the EFL, I think from a January transfer window, I'll be honest, I think Sheffield United have not had a bad window across pre-season. I think they look relatively strong. I think they'll be definitely pushing Leeds for a top 2, top 3 place. And I think locally as well, I actually think, look at our teams, Leeds have kept what they've got because it's working really well. I see what Pope is saying, but I do lean towards that side of stick with what you've got. It's not broke. So, don't fix it. Huddersfield have gone in that direction of, yes, I've lost Hellick and probably should have replaced him. But actually that forward line is looking stronger than what it was at the beginning of the season. So I think that's fair.
Apart from the injuries to Joe Taylor.
Yeah, and I think Bradford City have got strength in depth that they've needed for quite a couple of seasons. So I think on the whole, it's not a bad window for our teams in West Yorkshire. But there's definitely areas of improvement that can still be needed. But we say this about January all the time, don't we? This is putting a sticky plaster over a bit of a cut, a bit of a graze, and see if you can fix it for the next 6 months, 12 months. And there's not the appetite to go spending loads of money, albeit Man City have, that you've seen across the board for recent years. It's always that summer period where it's massive. It means so much for clubs to get their house in order. But yeah, there's definitely clubs out there, like I mentioned earlier, I think could have I think the fan base won't be as happy as what they may have done, where some squads are looking weaker, some a bit more strength in depth, and end of the day, it can be the difference between going up automatically, being in the playoffs, or not even getting anywhere at all.
Honestly, PSR has ruined everything, I think.
Get yourself back in, Gaz. Come on, we're on for another 5 minutes.
PSR, though, for financial rules, to me, I get why they're there. I do, to try and make it fairer, although that's dubious in itself. But they have taken the excitement out of deadline days. Like back in the day when obviously like Luis Suarez signed for Liverpool, and I remember being so excited and like just staying up till God knows when for deadline day. Yeah, playing Football Manager with your mates. And I remember when Robinho signed for Manchester City, and I know he's got a checkered career since then, but that was a massive thing. That massive £32 million signing on so late on deadline day. All the talk that he was supposed to be going to United, and he got switched at the last second, all that sort of thing. Like there was excitement, real genuine excitement at deadline days in years gone by that perhaps is just lacking somewhat now. Final thought in terms of, and actually quite a good little deadline day move for the player, especially for me, is Ben Chilwell, because he is a player when he's fit. He's a cracking left back, but he has just suffered so badly over the last.
He's going Palace.
Yeah, Palace on loan to be, competitions we have for Tyreek Mitchell, who, don't get me wrong, I think Tyreek Mitchell is a cracking player as well. But if you can get some game time for Chilwell, it'd be massive for him because, as I say, when fit, I think he's one of the best left backs we've got. He's just been so blighted by injury over the last, 2-3 years or so, if not more.
Yeah, how old is he now? I mean, is he late 20s now, Chilwell?
I don't.
Maybe even sneaking to 30.
Yeah, I don't think he's as old as you think he is. Ben Chilwell is 28.
28, yeah.
I didn't think he'd hit 30, so he's still got another 3-4 years potentially at a good level if he can, maintain fitness. Anyone that's caught your eye around with the window?
No, well, Yeah,
perhaps?
I mean, I'm looking at Burnley. You know, Burnley have
Yeah.
made a couple of signings today. Obviously, the kind of standout is Marcus Edwards. You know, that's going to push them on because there's no doubt they're
That,
struggling up top and creating.
yeah.
You know. So I mean, that's a big move. You know,
I think
and
that's a
they've had a
great
good
signing
window.
as well because
Yeah,
I mean, it's similar to the Rashford thing. 2 years ago, he was having a blinding season for Sporting Lisbon. He was scoring goals with Champions League, and he's one of, and you see it so often in football. He's a victim of the change of management because I mean, he still featured 26 times last season, but this year, predominantly under Ruben Amorim, of course, he only featured in 6 games.
yeah.
So he's a victim of the change in management, it seems. And, you know, go back then 2 years, he was being linked with like 40, 50, 60 million pound moves to Premier League clubs. Spurs were in for him and under Conte, etc. And for him to have kind of, you know, fallen by the wayside in Lisbon, this could be the move that you know, could really kickstart his career again. And obviously Burnley.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, they've kept Esteve as well, haven't they? You know, no Spurs made a late dash for that, so you know, but Burnley will be feeling confident going into that. But they definitely needed some firepower, some creativity, something else to happen there. But from the Leeds perspective, I'm not too worried. I've got to admit, early on in January, mid-January, I was kind of, you know, you're reading a lot of social media stuff, you're texting your mates, everyone's going, right, come on, let's get a signing. And you get into that mentality where you think you've got to sign someone. But, you know, like Lou said, Jason said, you know, the position we're in, the squad, the depth we've got, there's nothing to panic about on that front, really. And it'll be what it'll be, you know, like we said, you know, we're going to have more room to spend PSR wise if we do get to Premier League now. We've not, you know, wasted 20 million on Cameron Archer or whoever else. You know, we're going to have a bit more freedom to hopefully spend in the Premier League if we get there. You know, I think we've just got to kind of get over last year. You know, we're 5 points clear of third. We're in a very good position. You know, the injury record's really good this year. So
I was about to mention that's the one massive thing, I guess, is that the injury record, as you say, has been really bloody good this season. And I mean, you wouldn't have expected perhaps to have not suffered the injuries that, you know, that haven't happened, if that's the right way of wording it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, do you know what? It's funny actually because I'm looking at this game against Coventry on Wednesday as not an acid test, but it'll just be interesting. You know, windows closed, players know where they are. Pirro was, you know, having a little bit of a slump. He was starting, you know, his performances were starting to go down a little bit. I thought we were very poor against Burnley. We're linked with a striker, and then all of a sudden he plays an absolute blinder at the weekend. You know, it's going to be interesting to see where we're at against Coventry away, because obviously there's the Lampard thing, and it's that kind of midweek game where, you know, if you're not quite at it, you know, you could get punished. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see where we're at. And
I think you make a really fair point with that, Brownie. I think you really make a fair point with that because, you know, you sometimes you get players in who people looking over shoulders thinking, is he going to take my place and all that kind of stuff. But actually now the players know exactly where they stand until April, May. There's no excuses now. Just get the job done, get over the line, then build for that next one. But I think is a player and that mentality, you know, it goes one way, doesn't it? And this is where I think again Farke really earns his money because he's got to now get the best out of the players that he's got available. That's his choice, not to probably go in the market and do what he needs to do. You know, if you do get an injury or two up top, you know, let's be honest, you've still got the likes of Dan James, maybe Nonto, that could possibly fill in there as well. So you've got options, but it will be interesting to see how Farke keeps him motivated. No doubt, I think he will. Again, like I've said for countless weeks, I still think you'll be fine. But it's that managerial man-to-man kind of management that will be really interesting to see how he gets on in the next month.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just spotted that Blackburn made a double signing that was announced 15 minutes ago. They have got Corley Woodrow in on loan from Luton and Emmanuel Dennis in from Nottingham Forest as well. He's somebody that has had some pretty hot streaks. He's also had some pretty cold streaks as well, to be fair, as Emmanuel Dennis. But they look like solid additions for that Blackburn squad. Obviously, they want to try and make the playoffs.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they settle in potentially. Blackburn are one of them teams, aren't they? You know, they're trying to make a few moves. They've been decent, and can this push them on? we'll wait and see. But yeah, fair play to them.
Just quickly looking at the BBC, their like transfer list, just to see if there's anything else of interest that we've missed whilst we've been talking about one or two other things. Pele Ruddock and Panzu has gone from Luton to Rotherham, which is a surprise because he's been at Luton for the last 10 or 12 years. So for him to go out to Rotherham is A, a good sign for Rotherham, B, surprising for Luton. And that's probably about it.
Isn't it? Do you think there'll be any? We'll wake up tomorrow and there'll be some of these deal sheets or whatever. I don't know. Like you say, you normally hear something about that, but there's nothing, is there?
Wolves have just confirmed a centre half link from Red Star Belgrade, Nasser Giga for 10 mil, which I'd seen talked about earlier on. I think it was linked, and then kind of fell by the wayside when they were in for Danzo. And then as soon as the Danzo thing went to Spurs, they've gone back in for him. Again, it's not one that I know a great deal about. I have to have a look at my FM. But you're right. I mean, we will see. I don't get the feeling that we will wake up to anything particularly drastic, but
no.
You never know. You never know.
I'm pretty sure we'd know about it if that were going to be the case already, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
100%.
And on that underwhelming ending, let's leave it there. Cheers, Lou.
Always, mate.
Thank you, of course, to Brownie and to Lou, especially to you, Lucas. You've been with us from the start as well. You've got through one. And we will be back. Are you back Wednesday with a match review?
Yeah, me and Jason will be on after the Coventry game. Yep, so tune in for that for some hot takes
on Leeds United and see how they get on with the dropping points at the Ricoh Arena. You can still make the playoffs.
Stop crying, Frank Lampard.
And we will be back, of course, next Monday as well with our usual Monday roundup here on the West Yorkshire Football Show. But from myself and Brownie and Lou, big thank you to everyone else that has joined us over the course of the night, to Adam Pope, to Gabriel Sutton, to David Brown, to Tom Carnduff, to Callum Scott, and to Jason McKeown as well for joining us on the show early on. We'll see you very soon, though, on the West Yorkshire Football Show. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.